I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. And hey, what timing? We got a boat going past on the Detroit River on my City of Detroit surveillance system that I use to make sure that the police aren't creeping up on my hideout. I got a lot of things in the lab here that aren't entirely legal, and I just like to keep an eye on the border of Canada, the Detroit River, a train crossing randomly, and then the birds, some birds that perch up here. I can tell whether or not the cops are out below because, you know, the birds wouldn't be here if the cops are out because of the donuts that they're carrying. Then the birds are... Welcome to the show, is my point. So there's some announcements I'd like to make off the top here. Number one, we now have like a text-to-speech system that I wrote. Shut up, Kevin McLeod. We have a text-to-speech system that in my bot that I've been writing. That's not the button you press yet. The text-to-speech system. If you're a subscriber, I've given you 3 TTS tokens to start with here, and you just type !TTS and then your message in chat, and you hit enter.
And then your message in chat.
And then you hit enter. So we now have a little TTS, used to be called Ice Cream, but I'm completely rewriting our systems, and I'm decentralizing Twitch, and I'm tearing it all down, I'm lighting it all on fire. So we've got some commands in chat. I'd like you to, play around with them, especially if you're a sub, but we've got, the ! List will show you the various commands that are available to you. And in addition to that, we're going to actually be, playing a game today. Here on the gaming live streaming website Twitch. I thought maybe in addition we might we're gonna be playing Quantum Odyssey today, which I've spoken of on this live stream before. We've not played it on the live stream before. I ran into this game and loved the idea, loved the sound of it. If I can just find it on my desktop now, hang with me. Loved the sound of a game where it's basically a puzzle game in which, in the process of puzzling your way into the puzzle world of puzzles, you learn quantum mechanics is the thing. What has happened? Okay, some things happened there, and I'm gonna crash the game intentionally because I'd like you to see the intro. Okay, so just hang with. I think we're hooked in now. If I just don't touch anything, maybe OBS won't catch on fire. Here we go. You guys with me? Yeah, you're with me. All right. But I don't...
To see a world in a grain of sand and a heaven in a wild flower.
What about a hell?
Hold infinity in the palm of your hand.
Infinity?
And eternity.
What about a liminal space?
By codes embrace, quantum's secrets grand. Here, Axiom's assembly welcomes thee to stand.
It costs a lot of money to get Optimus Prime to do the intro for this.
Lies a universe unplanned under your sentient hand. Worlds shape at your command.
The Allspark. So this is Quantum Odyssey. If you press any key, then you continue. And, so here I am, Ronan Pawn. Now, I contacted the developer before I started up here because I had played a little bit before, and they've done a lot of work since then. It's been months, and I wanted to walk through it absolutely clean and pure and as though we'd never played before. And they said that they would do a reset. I've got a level 4 here, so I don't know if the reset took or not, but it's interesting. Hello, Dramacian, I see you in chat, playing with the commands there. It's weird when you say something in chat. It's weird to see me automatically replying. It's the bot who uses my account. This is Quantum Odyssey, a game in which you apparently learn quantum mechanics while you play it. It's here's the thing. There's in the game, there's going to be different paths that you can take, and apparently one of those paths, I've played it before, and I was turned off by the fact that, like, what seemed to be the main path was the path exclusively for mathematicians, It's a lot of notation and shit. That's like, who you trying to... This is a puzzle game. Who you trying to get to play the game? People who already know this shit? So, yeah, there's other paths that they've been working on developing that are supposed to, guide you in more of a visual learning, not necessarily, rote literature kind of a way. And so I'm curious to see where we are on that. We go into the campaign. My progress has been reset. Excellent work. All right, an ethereal whisper from the Sage of Axioms, seeker of universal truth. Wait a second. We've got a thing. Is it like... That ain't it. Seeker of universal truth. I welcome thee to our time immemorial playground. Wait, our time... Seeker of universal truths, I welcome thee to our time immemorial playground. I see. I commend your choice to begin your odyssey in the heart of existence itself. Know that you are granted access to the most exalted mentors as you progress your sacred quest. I stand before you as the first of the sages, that of axioms, the aspect to embody irreducible truths, ideal shapes and forms from which the cosmos itself is born, only to be measured against its own imperfections. Allow me to teach you all that I know, and when you prove ready, I will come, seeking your help in return. For now, I have prepared 3 tutorials on how to use our forge. Pay attention, and you shall be granted immeasurable power. I like that, the sound of that. Hey, that feeds into my ego quite well, actually. By the way, if you want to know anything, Dramatian, about if you want to know everything that can be known about the commands in chat, type the name of a command and then space and then a question mark. Or space and then the word help, or space and then the word info. I've covered a lot of different things. So, oh, hello. Unveiling the Forge, puzzle number 1, beginner. Can I drag around? Can I look where, can I zoom? Oh, I can zoom out. There's this, it's sort of like, electron rings, isn't it? That's probably not. I don't know anything about quantum mechanics. Unveiling the Forge. Unleash the quantum forge and begin your odyssey toward mastering the nature of reality. In the hands of an adequately trained smith, this device can craft quantum algorithms of immeasurable power. I mean, I'd just like to be able to craft a sandwich. Seeker, welcome to the Forge. change the... Welcome to the Forge. You've been chosen to shape the logic of our universe. I think that is how our universe was created. If you've looked around inside of our universe, it definitely seems like somebody whose job it wasn't to be doing that day said, "Hey, who are you? You want to run the universe?" You've been chosen to shape your path starts here. This is your tool to build and test quantum ideas. Okay. Click there to proceed. With sad keys to move. What? Okay. To run through the world. F key to recenter. So if I'm way over here, look, if I'm lost over here, it's easy as that. If I'm just, where did I go? Okay, we're back. And then we've got a zoom. Ooh. About the moving sphere, the sigil. This is your quantum state vector. The moving sigil appears at the bit string containing the input's properties and cycles through quantum gates until the correct quantum algorithm is discovered. Yeah, no, those words are all very fluent. I know all about that. I actually do, but I like to pretend I'm stupid. It simulates the quantum state vector of a single qubit evolving over time. Simulation speed, we can pause, and with the left and right arrows, we can slow it down, we can speed it up. Yeah. And then, how do I know what speed I'm at, actually? Okay, it's in the bottom left, I see it. Okay, what else, Axiom? Pause the simulation, hover over the pause sigil. This is the universe's most basic unit of information, pure quantum state vector with both magnitude and direction. So a vector, the vector actually means a lot of different shit in math and programming, but a vector should be, it's direction that it's going in, kind of a thing. In this case, magnitude 1 shown under the cursor. Wait, where? I see it. Direction something 0 greater than to something else 0 greater than shown around the cursor. I don't know what that means. About the direction, it uses some kind of notation called a ket. Read it as ket 0, ket 1. Okay. I mean, binary states I'm familiar with anyway. It's lovely when industries create their own language that doesn't follow with everything else that's already established. That makes things so much easier for people to come on board too. Good work, Quantum. Good work, fucking Schrodinger. Information in our universe is conserved. It cannot be created or destroyed. Energy itself, and now we say information now cannot be created nor destroyed, which means that everything that is always has been and always will be, including you. Except for what you identify as yourself is incorrect. See, what you identify as yourself is based on your ego. And all of that. The form that you have taken will pass away. That is a transitory experience, but everything that makes you always was and always will be you are God. The total amount of information always stays the same. It only changes form. See? I'm sorry, I was speaking ahead of you, Sage of Actions. This is a fundamental axiom of reality. Tools like our forge shape these transformations. The falling sigil, a pure state vector, represents this cycle of change. Your goal is to collide it with the static sigil, while matching its magnitude. Press T to see the exact magnitude value. T? Okay. Sure. Does everyone else, does everyone follow? Like I'm following? You know what we're doing here, don't you? I'm sure you do. You can alter the quantum state's vector magnitude and direction using the circuit configuration in the left panel. New quantum states will appear here as you progress. Seeker, take your first quantum gate in your hand and rub your penis with it. Changes the sigil's direction. When ready, drag it to the blinking slot. I'm going to mouse over the word slot. A place in the circuit configuration where we can add a gate. Oh, great. You got shit like fucking quantum notation in here that I'm like, what the fuck is that? You can't mouse over that, but the word slot. Oh, thank you. To make the moving sigil collide with the static one, watch as it shifts the vector's direction from, false to true, we'll say. So what did you want me to... I was reading it aloud. You can't just read it. So look, if you just take this, and then you... Okay, you don't do that. If you take the... and you... Oh, no, I put it down here. See, this is where you put it. And then this inserts it right up the old sphincter there. Ah! Do you see... After you learn quantum mechanics, you are never really the same again, said Steven Weinberg, and then he jumped into a river, naked. He was never the same again. A little bit of frostbite on the genitalia. He was never the same again. His wife was very disappointed. What's this? Mechanics of the fracture. Uh-oh. What do we got here? Mechanics of the fracture has opened. Quantum logic is now a visual language powered by the sages. Axioms, the roots of quantum gates, reasons, known quantum algorithms, purposes, humanity's grasp on order, and missing sage, an unknown and untamed sage, apparently. Their lectures are endless. Oh, fucking great. That's what I signed up for in a video game. Endless lectures. Master your gates first. Okay. What? We're gonna start the module. It appeared in the center of the goddamn screen underneath me. Paula Marie, are you some famous, and you're dead now, but they dug you up in order to stick you in this game? You're some famous scientist who had something to do with quantum mechanics. I remember you. You were the one who found out that quantum mechanics emits radiation. Mary, right? X gate flips between 0 and 1 and vice versa. On a single qubit. Sure. We can stick this anywhere. We'll just stick it right there then. Looky. And then speed it up. I ain't got all day. I do have all day, actually. Cool. Right. We did it. We did a thing, and we got a score for it. I'm the smartest boy. Okay, continue. I don't know. The two columns define 2 qubits. X gate flips between 0 and 1. If placed on qubit 1 left, then we go from 0, 0. So there is some binary math here. 0, 0 to 1, 0. And then 0, 0 to 0, 1 if you place it on the right. So you're moving the oneness, which exists here-ness, over to there-ness. And I don't know. Let's put it in and see. We put 1 here. Oh, look. It shifts all the way over there. So we're bit shifting. Wait, I wasn't done yet. I was still trying to observe what would... Alright, thank you. The 3 columns are 3 qubits. Xgate flips any qubit between 0 and 1. Left column 0, 0, 0 to 1. So if you put it here, it goes from middle column and then right. Solution asks for 0, 1, 0. Where should you place it? The solution you just want over there. Why did you give me all of these extra bit spaces then? If that's all you wanted. If all you wanted me to do was that. That isn't what you wanted me to do. You just said that if I put it and then the 0, 0, 0 goes to 0, 0, 1 and 0, 0, 1. There you go. Wait, you want it here? No, you don't want it here. What? I mean, it's easy enough to just drag them around and get it in the right place, but what the fuck are you trying to say here? Left column 0, 0, 0 to 1, 0, 0. So you put it here. What? In the left? What the fuck are they trying to say? Dronasian? Did you understand what they thought they meant when they were writing this? 0, 0, 0 to 1, 0, 0. First off, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, there's 8, registers here, and we're talking about 3 registers here in patterns of 3, and then it shifts it over from here to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over. What the fuck what is this? What does this mean? What are these words and how do they relate to this? And what do you mean by columns? These are columns. You mean these columns? Why are there only 3? I don't, and why? I'm just gonna take that. We're gonna clear that out there. And see if we can't I just want to make sense of what they wrote here so that I can, try and understand the minds of the people who put the game together, because if we can't figure it out early, we're never going to figure it out. 0, 0 to 1, 0, 0. Flips any qubit between 0 and 1, right. But when I put it in the left column, you shifted all the way over here. So it would seem as though we're broken into bit registers of 4, and you hit it in the first column and it goes over there. When we put it in the last column over here, the qubit 3, it just went over here, just one quick little thing. So it's sort of like the scope, the scale of, how big of a change is one way that I would think of it. If you put it in the first column, then you're going, whoa, way the fuck over, you're jumping halfway across your entire field, whereas over here you're doing just a little step, just a little. Qubit 2 then, I don't know what you do. Will you go to the place that we're supposed to send you? But none of that made any sense to me. Like, what they said didn't make any sense. I'm just sort of looking at it and figuring it out, but what was written on screen didn't match at all the experience I just had. Is there something wrong with me? You can place as many gates as there are free slots on any column. The solution asks for 1, 1, 1. A single X gate on each column flips it to 1. If you place more, you flip back to 0, and so on. Jesus Christ. Solution asks for a single X gate on each column flips it to 1. If you place more, you flip back to 0. And so on. Yeah, okay. And you want to get it all the way over here. Well, it would seem to me that then we go like across with one big one, and then if we go across once more, and then once more, then it goes in. So you put 1 in every single slot, right? So that shoves it over to there, and then 1 right here should then move it over a little bit more, and then 1 right here gets you 1 more. Like, I get it from the visual thing, but the language doesn't really match. Let's see as things go on. Oh, we got a different gate. Z-gates don't flip qubits, they only change colors. Qubits need to be in the 1 state for the color to take effect.
Where is Sheldon Cooper when you need him?
I don't think he'd understand either. He'd be like, this is technically incorrect. I don't like your representation. Z-gates don't flip qubits. They only change colors. Qubits need to be in the 1 state for the color to take effect. Obviously, when you say in the 1 state, that's like, don't even say that, because you're talking about whether or not there's a qubit in the lane at all. That's just, but okay. So we want to move it to the other lane and then change its color. Which I guess will be, we'll put this in the middle, right? And then we'll just switch its lane, and then it'll turn red as it passes. And yeah. Not too hard to understand. And what do we got here? Oh, good. They're not even talking to me anymore. I actually prefer that, I think. So the first column should shove it all the way over there. The second column should shove it one more, and then we flip the color. So one like that, and one like you and you. That's my idea. I see the pattern. The patterns are emerging. How they relate to quantum mechanics, I have no goddamn idea. Condor 70, how you doing? Play with my things. Touch them. Touch my things. I have made them for you to touch. In chat is what I'm talking about. In chat. Those are my test. My genitals in chat is what I'm... Red times red equals blue. No, it doesn't, but okay. Red represents -1, blue represents 1. Oh, so negative equals a positive, sure. Press T to reveal the numbers behind the colors. Toggle the display on and off with T, right? So what do you want here? You want a blue guy over here. Why aren't you turning red when you pass? Oh, you are, okay. Oh, but you passed back. Ah, there's a double. It's a double thing there, I see. So we just want to get you over here, and it should turn itself over, but we'd have to do it quickly, so... and we want to get you all the way over there. Ah, that's a little bit of a trick, isn't it? Because if we put one in here, then it's going to do... It's going to jump all the way over here, and then go over there. So it would go voom, voom, if we put one in there. If we put one in the middle... Then it should actually... Oh, there you go. That's what it is. Then I should just be able to put one here. No. Wait. That's where I thought I was trying to go. Did they switch that on me? Wasn't that where I was trying to... If I take you away... Wait a second. If I take you away... I thought that's where why was I aiming for this? For this spot. Oh, look, if you click... I remember this. If you click on like the stuff down here, then it changes to like the actual, like what's actually happening, as opposed to showing you all of the possibilities at once. Okay, if we gotta get over here, then that's actually easier, because we just do go all the way across and it gets taken. We just drop one in here. Yeah, and then it flips to red, it flips back to blue, and it delivers there. For some reason, my eyes thought that we were going down here. That doesn't help anything. They're trying to explain shit to me, and my brain's like seeing the color in a different lane. Just like the Z gate, the S gate has only vertical lines. Oh, I see. Just like before, you need to flip the qubit first, then change the color. Right. Sure. So we'll put you in the middle, and we'll flip, and we'll put you in the middle. Why wouldn't you? What's your problem, Bay? What does the green qubit represent? If we had a negative and a positive before, press Q to open the color legend and discover the paths to gold. What? Oh, goodness Christ. So, gold is made... Well, we can see what I was just asking. The green represents the I. Represents a positive I. And then down here, I can't actually see what that says because I'm wearing these green glasses. Oh, even without the green glasses, I can't. It's white on green. That is one font choice. 0.2? Is it set? I'm just gonna push the microphone out. I'm gonna lean up toward the screen. 0.5. Okay. So that represents 0.5. Gold, as we're calling it, represents negative 0.5. So if we're trying to get to gold, how do we mix it together? Here's some gold there. It's a negative I. I don't know what I is supposed to mean. But down here they represent it as numerically, but up here it's also numeric, but it's variables. But down here it's numeric, but it's a different kind of numeric. But 0.5, but then this is also 0.5, wasn't it? But it's 0.5 I. What the fuck is I? Okay. You have more to teach, Marie? No? You don't? Alright, so we start as blue. If we put a red and a green together, then we'll probably get to yellow. Yeah, we don't... Making sense of any of this is, not necessarily required, huh? Just Yep. Carry on. Okay, you just want me to get the gold all the way over there, and we know that we can do that with... Ooh, we don't quite have enough places here, because I can do this, and I can do this. So if I shift it one first, and then we hit it with the red, and then we shift it to the other, how do... Ooh. There aren't enough... You can't do this. What do you mean? I guess we gotta just jump it... No. You see what I'm saying? Condor70 subscribed for 39 months. Making gold. Are you sure this isn't alchemist training? I think they mean urine, actually, Condor. But as a subscriber, Condor, if the system didn't know you before, it should now know you. And if you do me, you already did me once before, didn't you? You did me, and you had 0 TTS tokens. Do exclamation point me again. And it should say that you have 3 tokens if my system is working the way that I've... It's a little bit duct taped together to get this working for y'all today. Yeah, you have no do it again. One more time, Condor. One more time. The reason it said you don't is because it hadn't heard of you, but now that you've spoken in chat after you were subscribed, now it should... And then you'll see that you have tokens. Maybe. And then if it fails the site, I'll be like, one more! No, but I could explain that by saying, you know, you just need to do it one more time, and then the TTS tokens will show in here. Or it's just broken, is also a possibility. Do you see what I'm looking at here? Because in order to get it into this column, we would have to put an X in like, to a... Oh. Well, that's how you do it, you dingus. You can just do this. They just haven't asked me to do that yet. Boom, boom, and boom. Yeah. Like so. I got there. I made sense of it. Alright. Reaction between paths and... Right, I've got that up. I don't know that I need that. Wasn't it G? It was Q. Alright. What are we doing? We got a gold over here, and so we can jump to this column and then that one by putting an X here and an X here. And then I guess I should be able to do this. Yeah. So it's simple enough, like if you just ignore all of the things that aren't just, you know, color logic. This new gate has a faster route to gold. Can you find the way in? Oh, okay, we've got a Y gate now. And instead of having to do, we just have to bounce it here and then back. And so instead of 3 moves, it does it in 2. Interessant. Okay. As a puzzle game, I get it. It's just... You know, green times green equals red. Green times green equals red. So green times green equals red. That makes sense. Green times green equals green. Let's just ignore that. Green times green equals red. Gold times gold equals red. Gold times gold equals red. Okay. So we're talking about, and then green times gold equals blue. Green times gold equals blue. And so it's a positive 1, and that's a negative 1. And so we're looking at green and green, and we're saying positive I, which I guess is an imaginary number. Positive imaginary numbers, when you put them together, equal a negative value. They're false. 2 imaginary numbers cancel each other out. Whereas obviously when you put an imaginary positive with an imaginary negative, it equals, that's true. Like opposites attract, and non-opposites, sameists, they're repulsive to me. I hate them. Okay, what do you want from me now? The atlas shows color interactions combine. Remember, you don't speak to me like that. You don't know me, bitch. So I got to get it all the way to that side of things. I can go like that. Ugh. But like one of these, it'll make it green, but it'll leave it here. And then another one makes it red. Yeah, I get you. Ah ha 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 ha. I understand. Do I understand? I think I understand. I don't understand anything about quantum mechanics, but the puzzle is coming together for me. So we want a gold here, and we've got all kinds of ways to do it. This might be the first one where they're challenging you to, like, you know, do it smartly or just wang it in there. So to get to a gold, we could do blue and gold. We could do red and green, or red and green and blue and gold. Blue and gold and red and green are how we do it. So a blue and a gold. So if I just throw a gold in there, obviously we get to gold. But red and green will also get us there. So what's the fastest way to this spot? We're going to have to have an X here and an X here to move it into that spot. So in columns 2 and 3, in order to get it there. And then to make it gold, you know, something. We said blue and gold, but no, a red and green would do it. So 2 of those and then a red and a green gets it done. But there's probably a smarter way to do it. Let's just do it the dumb way. If I put 2 of those together, wait. If I put 2 of those together, then it's 2 greens, and it gives us red. Right? So then a red and a green will get me gold. So if I did 2 of these and 1 of those, it should do it. Huh? Yeah, I'm a smarty every day. SMRT. SMRT. I mean SMART. Wait, what is this? 31 point some solutions have 4 gates, and then 64 point something solutions have 3. I'm in the majority of smart people, which I feel like probably the fact that you're playing this game at all has skewed the idea of, in the general public, I feel like more people's solutions would have had 6 to 9 gates. Yeah, I'm sorry, Condor. It apparently isn't recognizing you as a subscriber, or it put you in, like... So the way that this works in chat, I'm just looking at chat, you guys can't see it on the VOD or anything, but in chat, my bot is currently getting its information, obviously, from Twitch, and since you subscribed, you should have a, permissions level of 2,000, ostensibly. They send, Twitch sends that number down. So if you didn't have a permissions level of 2,000 before, and then you got a permissions level of 2,000 in the text message, in chat, whenever you send a message that's part of the packet, then my code should have seen that and went, okay, let's give Condor 3 TTSs, TTS tokens. But since it didn't, I'll fix it, because I gave myself commands too in preparation for this. So what is it called? It's in fact, I'll start with this. I'll do commands list, just staff commands. TTS rain. Thank you. So TTS rain, and then because I just want this to apply to you, Condor, I do U:Condor 070. I invented this system, so I should be able to remember it. And then I'll give you 3 tokens. Rain 3 tokens on Condor 70. Now, if you do a me, then you probably, hopefully, have the things showing. Yes, now we see that you've got 3 tokens. I'm curious if you were, like, just already in the database known as a subscriber, and so because it's a resubscription, it didn't trigger it. Because, like I said, this is all duct taped together for now to make this work for the day. Look at the H gates drawing. The lines imply it will split the cubic state in 2. Make a superposition.
A superposition.
Why the supermarket thing would be what I reach for, but that's all we got for switching my voice to something. Alright, so we're going to make a superposition, the H gate. Oh, Jesus, look at this thing. That's not that complicated, I don't think. So lines imply that it will split the qubit state in two. Do they imply that? I guess they do, because at the top left it goes straight down and it goes off to the right. And so anything that comes in on the right side will split into the left column. Anything the right will... Okay, sure. So you just want me to go ahead and drop this in any old place. And there you have it. So now we have the ability to split things in twain. Hang on, I got a little bit of a... There we go. A little local problem with the game's position there. Right. I'm a smarty every day. Everybody gets that one right. Damn it. Most gates are reversible. Place an identical gate directly underneath to cancel its effect. Okay. And so... Ooh. Oh, I would like to see that in slow-mo. Let's play again, because I want to slow this down to almost nothing. And then if I put you in like that, and then we zoom in, and we just see what's really happening. Okay. So we've split... First we split twice, so boom, split twice. And then the doubles hit the column. I mean, did they? What? Blue and blue. So blue and red, which one's a positive and one's a negative, cancel each other out. But blue and blue add when they're split into half into one. Fair enough. I want to watch that one more time because I'm just a little bit with this moment. So we split into two, and they were of a value of 0.71. And then they hit these, and they split again, and split into 0.5, which is an interesting way to split. That one, when divided, becomes two 0.71s, and then again into halves. But it's fine. I think that actually reflects the fact that this is a negative, right? So when you split into two, you get a 0.71, you get a negative 0.71, and that doesn't make any goddamn sense. It works. I don't know. It's a superposition. Who can possibly understand such craziness? But we've done it now once. Color this superposition. Flip to capture the colored half on... I don't know if you can use that kind of language in your game in 2025. The colored half on 0, then color again the other on 1. What? I mean, so immediately I'm thinking, if you want double reds here, I'm thinking, can we just like make it all red first? So if I flipped it to the other side and then I turned it red and then we split them, then no. But if I shoved it to the side and then we split them, then it would come through there, and then one would be blue and one would be red. And then to turn that one red, because it's blue, we would just, with, it's yellow and blue. Yellow and blue equal yellow. That doesn't do it. Green, however, if I were to, so if I flipped it over here, and so that the green and the blue, well, that would turn out green, wouldn't it? Green and blue would be blue and green, yeah. So it would be green, and then if we split it, and then this one's tricky. Flip to capture the colored half on 0, then color again the other on 1. Flip to capture the colored half on 1. Then color the other on 0, then color the other on 1. So if I just do what she's saying to do, then I think We split them, obviously. And she's saying, flip to capture the colored half on 0. No. So flip to capture the colored half on 0. And then color the other one. And then color again the other on 1. I feel like that's possibly more than needs to be done, but that's what she told me to do. She told me to do it that way. And I'm supposed to do it with 4 gates, but I was following your fucking instructions, lady. What do you want from me to play again? Flip it, so let's ignore her instructions and just solve it. So if you there, and then you push it through there, but then the one is going on that side, and then the one that's on the left. I need you to go away, because what you're telling me to do is like the slow and wrong way, is how I'm reading you anyway. And, you know, there's definitely a problem with the English language here. So we split it into 2 like that, but they'll both be blue if we just do it there. So by shoving it across to one side, I mean, this is probably where we start, is like this. Okay? 2 like that. And then we end up with 1 red, and then we just need the blue one to then turn, but the one that's over here, there's kind of no way to adjust its color, except we could send like red and green. Obviously, those 2 make yellow. That doesn't really help anything, does it? Just to experiment, if I changed you out to that, what do we end up with? Gold and green. Is that helpful? Well, maybe if I do it again, because they cancel each other out and everything becomes negative. Yes. I picked up on the idea that they cancel each other out and they become negative in, you know, that one puzzle. Yeah, where two, what was I saying? 2 imaginary numbers become false, but obviously opposites attract. It was that shit. Reaction between what? Oh, this is just you're not talking to me anymore. Okay, so you want blues on the outsides, reds in the middle. Oh, shit. Okay. I mean, we gotta get 4 of them going in the first place. So if I put them all up there, that'd work.
Is this a preschool color trainer? They are brainwashing you.
Maybe that's, yeah. That's really all I'm picking up on, certainly, is that, you know, yellow and green make red or something. So this is interesting. I'd like to figure it out in my head before we do it, but I don't think that's very cool on live stream to do. So if I put 2 of them up here, does that mean... That would mean that I would have 4 blues going. If I just boom, boom, I'd have 4 blues going. And then you switch that one to red, and then the other one you flip green, and then you green it again, and then you send it back. That would be... No, that wouldn't even fit in the space that we got. If you split it once, then you end up with... Well, no, if I shoved it across, and then I split it, or then I superstated it, then I'd end up with 1 blue and 1 red over here. And then if I superstated that again, I don't know. Let's just do this. If I did that, it wouldn't have any effect on the color. Surely. Surely it wouldn't. Yeah. I wanted to see this too. Just that doesn't have any effect on the color, right? But this is what I had in mind in the first place, was that. And then what happens? Well, actually, I would think that this would go here. Okay. What about there? Beautiful. That makes sense. If they're in line together, then they will cancel each other out, kind of a deal. What if you were like that? And that's interesting. So they're both red on that side, and then when I do it like this instead, it becomes the same outcome. Right. Clear you out. It is like the progression of the challenges here really doesn't feel like it's slowly ramping up and bringing you along and stuff. Like the idea that at this point I feel like this is the first time that we're being asked to, there's a line down the middle here where you're throwing things over here, you're throwing things over there, and it seems like right now we're being asked to figure out for the first time how we can like superstate. We've only done like 3 superstate puzzles, so we're superstating at the same time as we're making sure that the colors exist on both halves of the, the split that goes down the middle here, the 2 sort of bit fields is what I would say. And it's just a lot all at once, because it then begs the question, like, if they want me to use something like this, if they want me to be doing the color work at the same time, that seems like that's way too much to ask of a player. So let's presume that they're not asking for that. Although, if they were asking for that, green and green would turn us into red, and then I split us. But then... Yeah, I don't see it. I sure as shit don't see it. What if I just gave us 4 of all blue, and then this one handles that anyway? No, like that. That's what I'm thinking. And then, yeah, that doesn't help. Yeah, I really feel like I'm just throwing crap against the wall here, and like there's not even I don't even have an idea of what they want from me here. If you know in chat, if you've got an idea of how this should go together, then speak now or forever hold your peace. What is replay dialogue, advanced circuit tools, display the encyclopedia, the quantum atlas? Well, we know that. What's this? Oh, interesting. Advanced circuit tools. State information. State vector is always the result of the product between previous tensor and previous... Oh, of course, right. Copy the tensor, copy the state. Yeah, that's not making anything any easier to... Ah, yeah, and that gives us the values. So we want negatives in the middle, but on either side, but we want positives on the outside. It's, we know that it has to be split 4 times. But even when I don't care and I'm just like trying to do it the long way, boom, we get 4 splits and I don't give a damn as long as we get there. And then I do like this. How do I get one next to the other in the middle, This seems like something you've got to teach first in terms of structure before you introduce this, because I don't know. I'm just throwing things around, and it doesn't make sense that it would ever really work out, to my mind. And so that makes me think that the solution is to do some fancy color work here, and then it's like this puzzle is way too much immediately. You're introducing the idea of trying to get 2 different colors on the 2 different paths, and you've got to do the color work at the same time. Like, there's no way that a player is comfortable with the color combination stuff and super states, 3 puzzles into super states, and, you know, an hour into your particular weird-ass color grid with the positive and negative and the imaginary numbers, but you don't explain that they're imaginary numbers, you just put an I there. Definitely information overload. So does it have to be done with the colors then? Like, if we'll start with fucking your mom, that whore, and then we'll throw away. If I did that, what happens? 2 greens we get, cool. And then look, and then we'll just boom. Obviously, there you go. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's back to the menu for us. Wait, how do we get out of here? Because this is just done, and no one in chat is jumping in to say no. It's simple. It makes sense. All you got to do, like, this is, I don't know. How do you get 2 things into the middle when they both, like, you gotta cross the thing from the outside back in? And it feels like if we don't figure this out, this is gonna come up again. But I can't proceed. I definitely can't proceed. Menu. Main menu? Okay. Well, we went as... What? No, dude. Well, I was just trying to... Where am I now? I don't know, but it's working. Get me the fuck out of here. Back to main menu. I was just trying to... Puzzle game games. Campaign. And then... Okay, it was sad to move. Right, I was trying to click and drag, which you cannot do with any of the buttons. Got it. So we went as far as we could here. I wonder how many puzzles we got through before it just brick-walled us. Your cosmic keys, okay? I filled the circle. This is the Sage of Axioms again. So, price check on Quanta, aisle 3. I filled the circuit configuration with quantum gates. These axioms of change control the state vector's magnitude and direction. Gates are the building blocks of quantum algorithms. Like words form sentences, gates in sequence create algorithms. They can describe only transformation they can describe any transformation in the universe, even human actions, as sequences of gates and quantum state vectors. I feel like we probably should have... Like, this should have been required before you sent me off down the other thing, or I don't know. But what do you want from me, honey? Look at this circuit configuration. Left panel. Some gates are fixed, others can be moved. Fixed gates are set by sages for your training and cannot be removed. To remove non-fixed gates, right-click any gate in the circuit. Are you kidding me? I just went through a whole bunch of shit here. Okay. Remove some non-fixed gates to proceed. I'm pretty sure I just did. Okay. We're gonna be blasting through some stuff here, apparently. What do you want? You want it over there. There. Uh-huh. It's just... right. Okay. Forge the inner workings. Conclude your foundational training over the Forge's core capabilities. Discover how to interpret the sigils and their interactions with the quantum gates. Realize that the Forge is manifested mathematics, a visual spectacle of the precise multiplication rules of long vectors and large matrices, filled to the brim with complex numbers. I feel like at this point we should probably go to the Steam page where it says, "No mathematics needed." This is the third puzzle. You just taught me how to click a button to clear things out. Prepare to learn the multiplication of long integer vectors on the triangle of the Pythagorean. There are now 2 sigils on the screen. Think of sigils as coefficients, okay, of a pure quantum state vector. Wait a second. This would be kind of hilarious if I did this. I'm usually not this guy. I am this guy. What am I talking? But I don't usually go out of my way for this. Just give me a second. I gotta set something up. I gotta set something up. So just go over here, and I go over there, and then I click 5 times there, and then I just can the red and the blue when they go together, they make the gold. And so where the hell is fucking just get Steam up for Christ's sake. I know you're open here somewhere. Right. Go to the store page of Quantum Odyssey. Yeah. All right. Let's see, where is it? Yes, here we are. I found it. I found the chunk of text that we want. There we go. And then we'll just save this. Pictures, I guess. You just give me a minute. It's going to be the payoff for the rest of our day playing the game is going to be worth it. We'll just name this no math required.png. Alright, and then back over to OBS. Actually, can I just drag it in from the pictures? Usually I do everything quite manually in OBS. Yes, you do have to do everything quite manually in OBS. Image. No math required. Yep, and then browse. And then pictures. There we are. No math required. Where can I fit this on screen? It's got to be, big and intrusive and in the way and always there and just deal with me. No, don't make it that small. Come back. Maybe like somewhere over here it seems like it would probably fit. You could just tuck it in, tuck it back, tuck it in. Yeah, and then maybe we put a filter on it, right? What do we got? Color correction, displacement image, where's the things? 3D, LUT, color key. I just want HSV, baby. Maybe it's under color correction. Opacity. There you go. Opacity down. Contrast up. Okay. No math required. Alright, so, no math required. There are now 2 sigils on screen. Think of sigils as coefficients of a pure quantum state. Complex states like the superposition use multiple sigils since the system is in multiple states at once. When there is more than one sigil, you will always see them falling together. Their combined sum describes the full quantum state vector. What is this? What does this say down here? Right, sigils, quantum state, superposition, defined by the sigils and their properties at each computational step in the forge, the full state of all qubits combined. The quantum state is the full state of all qubits combined. All right. What do you want from me? Wait, go on to the next thing. Sigils are visual representations of the complex numbers that make up the quantum state vector. They have 3 properties you will work with, given by their bit location and shown by the cats when you hover over them. I'm just going to read that again, because I'm reading it aloud, and whenever you read something aloud, you're not processing it as much on the inside. Sigils are visual representations of the complex numbers, a special set of numbers that are used to describe quantum state because they can express both amplitude and phase, that make up the quantum state vector. The quantum state vector. They have 3 properties you will work with. Direction, which is given by their bit location and shown by the kets when you hover over them. Zoom in and pause. So this is their direction. Is 1 is true, and your direction is false, falsy. I don't Okay. Size, the magnitude of the complex number inside, which is the 0.71, understand, and the color based on the signs of the real and imaginary parts. Right, and then Q shows us the color combinations. Okay. Forge turns all possible quantum math and code into pure visuals. With state vector info on, you'll feel how complex numbers add and multiply. Core to quantum mechanics. Well, I've already figured out that 2 imaginary numbers becomes falsy. You'll never see numbers above 1. Hate math? Turn it off. Your visual intuition is enough. Is it? Because I got to that one puzzle and we just had to walk away. Hover your mouse over the circuit configuration and scroll to the bottom to find the empty slot. Finish the puzzle by dragging the H gate into that empty slot. Did you just call me an empty slot? So this is the superposition guy. Why would this even work? Oh, because we've inverted everything. We went red to green, and then greened it again, and then greened it, and then redded it, and then, yeah. But that, wait a second, that moved us from this column to this column in the most unnecessarily complex way ever. Yeah, that doesn't help me. The most important of my discoveries have been suggested to me by my failures. Well, then I'm going to make a lot of discoveries here today. An ethereal whisper from the missing sage. Good, you've kindled the forge. I'm the missing sage. I don't need titles or rules, and neither do you. You live for the challenge, for the thrill. You didn't come here to sit through lectures or memorize some old sage's definitions. You come to play with quantum itself, to bend it, break it, and make it yours. Ooh, I like that. Next time Lady Pawn and I are frisky, I'm gonna bend you, break you, and make you my... The sages think they've got it all figured out. They throw names at things they barely understand, but you know better. If you're sick of their endless talk, thank them for the tutorial and flip them the fucking bird. Come with me. No rules, no lectures, just dick. Long and hard and throbbing. I offer raw chaos, a challenge that's all about instinct. Together, we'll rip through the patterns they're too scared to touch. Forget their dogma, forget their rules. With me, you won't follow a path, you'll forge your own. I'm not here to give you easy answers, I'm here to set you free. Now, as an awakened Zen acolyte, and I'm not a master because nobody wants to be taught by me. I don't know why. Maybe it's the throbbing dicks that I involve in everything. But anyway, as Zen, an awakened sentient being, with me you won't follow a path, you'll forge your own. I'm not here to give you easy answers, I'm here to set you free. This guy has to be pretending in order to say all of this. Because, see, an awakened master knows the truth. And once you know the truth, you have to pretend in order to, make everything grandiose like this. So I like him already because he's willing to just put on a show. Alright. Hey. Oh, and then there's this bitch. Congratulations, Seeker. The Forge now responds to your touch. Ahead lies an expedition into the realm of fucking math. Universal quantum gates, the building blocks of algorithms that bend the fabric of reality itself. I have prepared your first lesson in quantum computing to guide you toward mastery over the inaugural gate. Once you conquer this step, the path will open wider, leading you ever closer to the... I don't know why the accents are changing. Closer to the Council of Sages, Ancient Guardians. I don't care about you. I've just met my master. And it ain't you. Yeah, with your fucking bullshit. I gotta say that, okay, go up here with the sad keys. This is the alphabet of our universe. That's where we're headed. But yeah, this is a little problematic, honestly. How does this appear before you've finished this? And this is how to basically use the sigil. This doesn't seem right. It's a lot of... You need some hand-holding here. I mean, in Zelda, it's necessary. Maybe it's a little bit, you don't need the hand-holding so much. We know what a video game is. In quantum mechanics, maybe you want to hold my hand a little bit before you put me over into 32 puzzles that you claim are beginner things. I get stuck in the fucking middle as soon as you introduce superpositions. Let's find out what my my new Chaos Master wants me to learn. You don't need all that quantum theory they preach to master the universe's visual alphabet. These glyphs say it all. Trust your intuition, spot the patterns, and dive in, starting with a single qubit. Okay. There's rankings to be found. Start the module. Alright, so we want red down here, and here's my red master. Here are all the simple gates worth knowing. You decide what to do with them. Try and fail as many times as you like. You just don't repeat the same action expecting different results. Because people claim that Einstein said that's madness, but he never did. So, easy way of making this work. I mean, I could do a Y, an S, and an X will get us there. I can see that. Or an X, a Z and an X would get us there. Is there a way to do it in 2? I mean, it would have to go across and come back. Green and red, it would need to be this. It would just need to be that. That's my only option there. What's this? Apparently we're going to have a lot more gates at some point. Green and yellow combine to make green, and yellow combined to make blue, so that won't do it. So it looks like it needs to be 3 gates, and there's 2 different ways of doing it. Easiest is XZX, but just to be fancy, I think I'll do U, and then U, and then U. So green and green make red, and then we put it back over here, and bazinga! Yeah, solution is in fact 3. There's what? Oh, 5 gates. The 0.28 solutions have 2 gates, so there is a way to do it in two gates, or people have already hacked the game, which I saw in the forums that there have been some bugs that allowed people to break things somehow. So it's entirely possible that the 0.28 are just, that's impossible. Or maybe it isn't. Who's to know? Let's carry on. Alright, my master has just left. He's left me to my own devices. Now we want green. Well, that's super easy. I can just Y exit. Yeah. Y, X. Sure. Yeah. And then it's, yeah, have 2 gates. Oh, some people do it in 3. Wow, that's interesting that almost half of people use 3 gates, and so that's pretty obvious one there. Now to get to gold, and gold is just XY, so yeah. I like this. This is a lot easier. Oh, brilliant solution. What? Why was it brilliant? Everyone's brilliant then. If everyone's special, no one will be. Continue. My 0-point energy. First gate in the list is what ultimately makes things complicated. That pesky H gate, which is a super state or something. I can tell you why. Human brains tend to process everything in a single linear stream, one string of data at the same time. That gate makes more than a single thing happen at the same time. You'll have to break away from your standard way of thinking and transform your thought process if you want to understand it. No matter how many words we use, visuals are ultimately complete where explanations fall short. You've long outgrown the days of just hunting and gathering, human. Time to evolve your thinking. I advised the developers to not use language like this. I mean, maybe it's part of a setup and they're going somewhere with it, but I advised them to not refer to the player as a human. Because it's much more interesting if you get them thinking in terms of I am a sage in the making, kind of a thing. But maybe they're going to use that language and still deliver you to that place. But isn't it much more like if the people talking to you speak to you in such a way as, you know, there's room for you to think of yourself as, oh, maybe I'm the next, that kind of a thing. So this, I could do XYH, I think, because the X and the Y will get us gold, and then the H will split the 2 golds. So X, Y, H. Yes, just like so. And it seems like I'm starting to get a sense of that it's that it's not... What's not possible with these gates, you know? There's... Oh shit, we're fucking mixing colors together. Okay, well, thanks for coming out, everybody. We'll see you at the next live stream. See that blue or red forced into green or gold? Wait, see that blue or red forced into green or gold never destroy each other. They've always mixed to create these two colored sigils, blue or red, forced into green or gold. Blue or red, when they're put together with green or gold. So we're talking about real numbers and imaginary numbers. Real numbers can exist alongside imaginary numbers, but a real number and a real number cancels itself out or changes its state, that kind of a thing. Same thing for the imaginary numbers. I get it. For these two colored, add red to flip both. What? Mix to create these two colored sigils. Add red with the Z gate to flip both. Add green to flip just one of the inner colors. I mean, I can follow directions, but I need to, like, understand it before we move on. When adding green, there's a deeper pattern here that determines which color of the two color sigil will flip. Try to spot it by putting a bunch of S gates on this two color qubit state. Okay, I can follow directions. What do you mean? Just putting a bunch of S gates on this two color qubit state. So you switch one to green, and then green and the yellow and the blue, and then you're saying put one here, and then just slow this down and so this was blue and yellow, and then the green and the yellow changed the imaginary side to green. Sure. But then you said keep putting them down so that I can see something else about it. So once you're green, a green and a green, make a red. I remember that. Yeah, you cancel out, but the green stays, but now you've changed the real side of the number. That's interesting. And then I put another one down. I don't know. Then what do I expect to happen, actually, first off? So you changed to red, but the real side of the number, and now another green with this, since you're already green, will turn the whole thing to red? No, another green flips it again. Okay. So the red being the negative or the falsy. Green is just, it never cancels out? Is that what I'm learning here? Adding green to something just never, it always stacks and changes, and now we'll go back to blue and yellow, and if I hit it again, it would turn into blue and green. Right? Just confirm. One more time, blue and green. I get it. I see how that works. Now what the fuck do you want from me? These two colors. Add red to flip both. Add green. Let me just look at where we're going, because I need to understand it. And in fact, if I click, and there's something like if I click down here, it just shows me what's actually happening. So green, and then we split them off, and we end up with this. And then just pause here. So in order to switch you to blue-yellow, okay, that's interesting. Because if I could add green, which I can't do that, and I can't add green to it anyway. I think what I want to do is flip you and then hit you like that. And so the one that was turned into this, which was on this side here, will go over there, and that's done. And then the green here being added to the green-blue will cause, the 2 greens will cause the real side of the number, the blue, to switch to red. That's my premise. Let's see if it works out that way. So, right here, we've got to mix together, so we're putting this one on the side that it's supposed to go on, and then the green and the green-blue here turns into a, red. Oh, but I'll need to flip it again with the green in order to get to yellow. But I did get red, and then I need 1 more green. Oops. 1 more green. Yep. And boom. I see. I feel it in my cockles. I understand. So most solutions have 3 gates. Some solutions have 2 gates. Let's try and get it down to 2 gates, I guess, because what was my solution? How many did I use? 9? Was it 9 gates? I used 3. Let's play again. Let's get it down to 2 gates. So boom, boom, right, and then what does the Y gate do for us here? Because if we've got yellow, like the green will, the green, but then what does the yellow do to a thing here? Because this is what it wants to be already. If we mix a yellow in, let's find out what happens when you mix a yellow into that. Okay. Yellow on blue yellow. Flipped us. Oh, is it just the direction of the rotation of it? Like green rotates it in one direction and then yellow rotates it in the other direction. So then if we wanted this to suddenly flip to being yellow-blue, then, like, we don't have gates for that, but if we did have gates for that, we could just mix in another yellow, and then the yellow and the yellow would flip us to blue. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not entirely certain on there. Yeah, clear on that. What if I just put another one of these in? What happens? I don't fucking know. Close. So if we want to do this in 2 instead of 3, we get down to here. I want to see it again. So we've got you, and if you're there, then we're hunky-dory. You need to... I mean, if I just hit it with red, what does that do to it? So if I flip you, and I hit you with red, does the red just affect the real side of the number? So you see here we're coming across with blue-green. Red turned us red-yellow. So we were blue-green coming in, and I mixed it with red. Am I crazy? We were blue-green coming in, and we mixed it with red. And we got red-yellow somehow. Sorry? Were we not blue-green coming in? Let me just pull this out and then put it back in, because that ain't right. Oh, there was more to read here. Let me write it down for you. Add green to gold blue, get blue green. Add green to gold blue. I did the greens. Each part of the 2 sigil get flipped according to the color atlas. The fact it appears is if a single color flips is an emerging pattern. Just get out of my way. You confused me. I don't need this. Okay, these 2 mix together. And so we're coming in from blue-green. And then we're going to mix red with blue-green. So blue-green plus red is supposed to equal red-green, according to this. But we end up with red-yellow. Am I reading this wrong? I guess it's because I'm looking at this as though these are end results. These are end results. And I am reading it wrong. So we come in with blue-green, which is here, and then we add in red, and it turns to red-yellow. And that makes sense to me why it does that. I thought that it would do that. That's why I put it together that way. But then I looked at the color, or the map there, and I was like, this doesn't seem to make sense. And it's just that this information isn't in the map, I don't think. There we go. We got it down to 2, like we wanted to do. Carry on. I'm making sense of it. What do we got here, huh? So you want red, green, blue, yellow. Actually, like, making mixed colors is something that they probably should have had you do first. Because I haven't done that yet, and all of a sudden I have to make them myself. Like, the last puzzle took care of that, and now I have to, like, mix the colors in myself to get there. So now I gotta check this, and I gotta think about, if we're coming in with blue, I just gotta add an imaginary number to it, that's all. Simple as that. Okay. So what's the way of things here? If I just here, up at the top, let's just get some different colors. So green, and then when I do like this, we're gonna have green and red going together and green and blue going together. That did not. Yeah. Can we go to the previous, the previous puzzle so I can see how it is that you make these? Because I really thought that would do it. Do I have to, like, hit it again? Yeah, that's what you do. You gotta hit it again. Right. So we get 2. Yeah, this is a stumbling point right here. This is another part where, you know, if the devs are watching, this is you needed to teach me how to make my own, you know, mixed colors first. You needed to emphasize that, because now I'm just out here in the wilderness. I'm left to, like, reverse engineer something that I wasn't paying attention to. That wasn't the challenge of the last one. So now how do I mix colors together without ending up with them just canceling each other out? And I have to, like, really think about it now, because it hasn't been taught. You just haven't taught. You have not taught that. So we need to, you know, superstate it twice, but things need to change so as they don't cancel each other out. Adding green to things seems to help. Let's just slow that down and look at this. We've got green and blue and green and yellow coming together, and I think that's okay. We got a thing. And now this is what it wants to be, but over here we need red-green instead of blue-green. And I feel like if you just add a real color to it, it actually flips the imaginary color too. Not to mention that it's on the wrong side, but just to prove that to myself, if I were to add red to it, and then, like, bring it back. Okay, so does it flip? So we're coming in as blue-green, and then we're going to add red to blue-green. And yeah, it flips the imaginary. That's what I thought. And so, you know, we could churn this. If I were to move this down here, and you've got red-yellow there, you want it to be red-green, then we probably just add green to it like that. Now, is this the fastest way? Is this the smartest way to do it? Probably not, but I'm pretty sure it gets it done. So you now turn to, no, okay, you went in the wrong direction. Then what I need is actually to add yellow to it, which reduces my complexity a little bit. Fuck off. You right-click to tell it to fuck off. And then I don't need you either, and I just do this. Is that right? Okay, so we've got blue and red coming in, and then that turns you red and yellow, and then the yellow rotates it to green red. But this has the green thing in there built. I forgot that was going to affect what we already had here. We had that. I was just focused on the yellow, but I did understand that would happen. Let's yank it all out. I feel like this is the way to get started, is like this. Oh, wait. No, put it up here. Okay. And then this is what we want, but this needs to be rotated through to red-green. Blue doesn't affect anything. I mean, if we didn't want to change that at all, then I think we could just do, like, stack these. I'm not entirely sure which way the rotation goes yet, you know? Like, that's now red-green, so we need one more if we're doing it this way. But that's how I think of the colors are rotating through a thing. So we came in as whatever we came in as, and now we're blue-green, and now we're going to add green to that, and that's going to turn us to red-green, and then we add another green, and because it's green and green, that'll turn the green side to yellow. But once it's yellow, if you add another green, then it affects the real side of the number instead of the imaginary number. Sorry? What? What? Okay, we get through here. Give me the combined numbers. I gotta watch, so... You were supposed to... No. You were supposed to do the... Oh, shit. I forgot that some of it wasn't my creation. I thought it was, like, locked in. You do that, and then you're supposed to cross again. Right? You cross, and then we do. This is why it wasn't doing what I thought it was. What it should. And maybe it's like that, and like that. Let's just get to the point where they're mixed together. And so we're starting as green... Are neither of you what we... No, you are what we need. We're starting as green-blue. This is the one that I'm trying to fuck with. We're starting as green-blue, and I expect the green and the green to mix together and give us green-red, and then the green and the green to mix together and give us yellow-red. Wait. So then... You're red-yellow. Wait, no, you're red-green. How did I get so, like... I must have been not doing a thing that I thought I was doing when I was doing it. It's simple. It's simpler than I thought it was, but I just don't know how it is that I got so turned around, because this is like what I thought to do in the first place, and I swear it didn't work. And now we've got red-green. I also have this problem of I'm wearing these green glasses, and so the green and the yellow are not entirely distinguishable from one another. That doesn't help anything either. I keep, like, lifting them up in order to see what it is. We got there, and we got there in 6 moves, and apparently that's most people do in 6 moves. Okay. I'm getting it. I'm making sense of it. The game is not trying to help me with making sense of it. Oh god. Let's do this. If I click here... Okay. So you see, now this path is telling us just what's going to happen. This is like telling us all of the possibilities or something is how you can think of it. But this path tells us just what's going to happen. So I think what it's saying is we're going to cancel out here. We're going to make duplicates, but they're going to burn out of each other. So, yeah. And then you end up with 2 blues. And, okay, and these are the ones that I can't change. We just want 2 golds. Wow, that's interesting. I'm gonna try and stick with this one for a minute. So if we just want to end up with 2 golds, you know, if we get 2 blues at the end of this thing, which is what's coming out, then we could probably just do it right here or something, right? Green and green will make red, so that doesn't actually get it done. I was thinking we could use one of these and then hit the green side twice, but green and green makes red. So I guess we do have to, let's back up by 1 in this solution, or in this problem. And try and not complicate it except for where it has to. I think we do have to look at it from this place. So if I put one of you in here, what do we end up with? We get green coming across, and then green is going to mix with red here. And green and red should make yellow? Or do green and red actually make a green-red? Because they're 2... That might be a green-red. Let's go ahead and just see. Does that make green-red? No, that does make yellow. Alright, green and red make yellow. It's because they're not doubles. It's very confusing to me. But then we end up with green coming down here. If I then flip the yellow that we have over there, and then I added another green, what does that do? So this turns into yellow, but this one's still green, and then we green it again. That will turn that red, so that doesn't do it either. So if I go like this, holy shit, what happens there? Okay. Let's just keep going, because apparently we can make matching color pairs, and maybe somewhere up here we eventually make... Yeah, and then the green and the... So... They cancel each other out if you put 2 of them in. 2 of the same cancel each other out. So this is interesting, though. This makes us red, right? This makes double reds for us. How do we get to gold? This one's very, very tricky. And I'm not sure which place to look at it in, because they're both rather confusing. We need to eventually make gold. You're splitting you guys up into doubles, and then you're cutting each other off. I don't know how you'd, like, just figure this out. If I put another red in there, what happens there? Oh, that's interesting. You switch sides. So this would switch sides, and then we yellow across, and then, ooh, baby. And then yellow. Oh my god! What did I do? Wait, what did I do? How did I do it? How did I do it? I did it with 2 gates, like everybody does it. But holy shit. Okay, that snuck up on me. I mean, I knew what I was doing. It was my intelligence that solved that puzzle. Obviously. Now we need to get doubles down to just 1. We need to put them back together, and they're green. How do we put 2 greens together to get a blue? Fucked if I know. What is a juggalo? I don't know, but I'm down with the clown. I'm down with Malenko. If they're both green, if we mix them with yellow, we get blue. And that's kind of all she wrote on that topic. So the only way that we mix them with yellow, but like, if they're both green, and we mix them with red, we get yellow. And then from yellow, if we mix the yellow with the red, we get green. So, suck my balls. So this will make one, no, that undoes it. What? You start with green, and then that makes yellow, and then it turns it back to green. Is that what this says? green and yellow. Wait, no, green and red. We're putting in red. Green and red make yellow. And then yellow and red make green. Yeah, okay. I get it. And the green is an imaginary number. I'm thinking of it more as in like whole numbers and fractions, you know, or not fractions even, like after the decimal. That's kind of how I'm thinking about it. Which isn't correct, but it helps me like put it into a framework. I presume it's not correct, but it helps me put it into a framework where I'm thinking, okay, so the decimal side of this has the ability to flip the whole side of this, and the whole side has the ability to flip the decimal side, and I'm just trying to get like used to when that happens and how that happens, because it's a hell of a thing. We need to combine you, like, fuck it, just throw in a super state. See what we get. Well, there you go. So now we've got green, and if we wanted green to turn blue, then it's got to be green and yellow would make blue. And so I could just do this and this. And there you go. It did take 3 gates to get it done, but maybe 3's the minimum. We're about to find out. Yeah, well, most people have three gates anyway. Yep, that looks like it's the... It says here, solution should be 3, so we got it, I guess. Or, I placed 6, I removed 2, I don't... Why you gotta track my errors? Don't track my errors. Oh, God. What have you done, son? Oh, God. There's 2 of them. The gate will split in full. Let's just find out what the gate does, because fuck am I gonna know, right? Okay, so you cancel one of them out. Oh my God, really? Alright, stop though, because like... We started as what? What color were we? What color were we at the start? It'd be nice if it, like, told you that up here so that I could... Can I rewind? Can I... I can lower the speed. I could do this and then it'll reset. We started as green. So we started as green, and then by just putting it through an H gate, we had 2 greens, and so they cancel each other out. And we end up with just 1 on the left side of the gate. Okay. I knew that that was what was going to happen when I dropped an H gate in. Obviously. And I'm brilliant. It says I placed 2 gates, though. I wouldn't have had to place 2 gates if you wouldn't have made me, like, pull one out and put it back in to review what I'd just done. So that, it would be nice if I could see how I started so I didn't have to do that. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. May I have another? Continue. Oh, Jesus. Okay. What do we got here? We want double gold reds. Double gold reds. Well, the only way that I know how to mix these things together is to do HSH. Otherwise, they cancel each other out. But if I want mixed colors, then I've been starting with HSH. And then we end up with this pair. And... Hey. Yeah. It doesn't look like a dick and balls at all. I don't see that. And so to get each of them to the red state here, if I add yellow to you, does it flip to red yellow? I feel like if I add green to you, I don't know. I still don't understand. I don't know the directions, and I don't think it says here. I don't think this actually gives you the information that you want. Like blue and green makes blue and green. Congratulations, you know? Blue and yellow makes blue and yellow. Oh my God, I never could have known. What I need is like a display of, you know, which direction the rotations go. If I add green to this, what's the next state? And the next state for it will be, if I were to add yellow, or if I were to add green, I think the next state is actually, I think it flips it. I think green and green make yellow. Green and green make red. But green and yellow flip the state. That's my flip the real. So if green and green, maybe that's how that works down here. So a blue yellow plus a green, I don't know. Like, I really don't know without just finding out. And then the colors kind of changed a little bit too fast, because we had blue-green, and then a green being added to it. Didn't do anything? Or did it do it so fast up there? I think it did it so fast up there that I didn't get to see what it was. It was blue-yellow. We added green to it, it turned it to blue-green. Now, if we added green to it again, it would make it red-green then. I think. Green represents the positive. So the positive and the positive make two positive imaginary numbers flips the positive, flips the whole number, the real number. Anyway, we've got them matched. So now, to switch them both at the same time to yellow-red, you know, you mama. It's not going to happen, actually. But what would we need to get from blue-green to yellow-red? Another green would turn it red-green, another green would turn it yellow-red in this column. So 2 more greens would make one column do that. And just to prove that, yeah, as I predicted in my model. But I think we want to get rid of all of those and start from back here again, because it's probably something like this without doing the math in my head. It's probably yeah, and now I just need to make this yellow-red, which hopefully is adding green to it, because otherwise it's more tricky than I want it to be. Good. I think that's probably the minimal number of steps. If not, then there's a better way to do the H-gate stuff to get us to something. So, number of gates in the final circuit was 5, and 5 is as good as it gets. Okay. I'm blasting through it. I'm making sense of it. Ish. Okay. What do we do here? What do you want? You just want blue down here. And you're mixing together, and you're canceling out, and then you're mixing back together there. Okay, so we've done this. We've made the two. So this is like, I guess in quantum mechanics, what I would, like, extract.
Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of a team.
What I would extract is that, like, this is a common thing that you know, you do with qubits on a regular basis. You create qubit, like, mixed state qubits with imaginary and real states like this by doing this all of the time. Like, this is the way that you make mixed state qubits, or sigils, or whatever the fuck it is that we're whenever we're calling these ticks or tacks or flicks or flacks. But so we come in, we make these, and then by putting a red between them instead... Like, what's happening down here, you know? Okay, we cancel out. But what were they right before this happened? That's what I'm curious about. So right before we hit the red, we've got a blue-green and a red-green coming together, which should cancel out to make... I don't fucking know. The blue and the red should just be blue. I don't know. But it's blue and yellow immediately because of this red track. So we don't actually get to see the transition of what happens to it here. So this is another thing that I would say in the game mechanics, like the colors shouldn't there, you know, it should transition across here. We should be lerping this. It should be a linear interpolation to make sure that the transition actually happens across the gate, because I don't get to see what it was before, you know, as soon as it touched the red, it became, and that doesn't seem right to me. But so now we've got a blue coming across here that's missing with a green. So that's interesting, because they're kind of, they might be showing me how to make a different, how to make this combination. You know, you superstate green, superstate red, superstate, and you end up with this. And does that just like reverse them? Green and blue and yellow and blue, what were they coming out of here? Green, blue, yellow, blue. Okay, so green and yellow. Green left, yellow right. And now yellow left, green right. That's interesting that this like flips them. And now to solve for X, I haven't put any of my own gates in here. I've just been reading what the actual puzzle is here. Solve, we started out with just one blue, right? So in order to, we just need to make these two match. Well, they're in the middle here. So if I add a green to this green, or to this blue-yellow, do we get blue-green? I think we do. So just one of you in the middle here makes the two of you match. Yes. And then you should cancel out entirely and return us back to a red. I don't think that's correct, actually. Yeah, that's not. Because if this were green, it would be true. So actually, thinking of it in that terms, these cancel out and these cancel out, in theory. And then we've just got green and red. And green and red make yellow. And if we wanted the yellow to be blue, then yellow and green will make, and so just one of them in, I've already did that. Come across like this. And then like that. Simple as that. Yep. That's what you needed. That's what. Fuck. I don't know, man. It's fucking quantum mechanics. I think if we go over here, maybe it'll be easier to tell what's happening. Maybe not, actually. So you turn green, and you combine those two, and now you got this. And then right here, we're as close as we'll ever get to things being the way that we want them to be, right? And then we just need to get rid of that yellow. But then we pass through another one of these fucking gates is the thing. So if I were to, like, shove an H in front of this, you know, do we cancel out that? And by adding another H in, pop, come back together, but then when you hit it again, suck my dick. It's almost there. It's nearly, and then, it is a negative canceling, like, puzzle, isn't it? Because we start as blue here and we want to end as blue. And so everything that happens, we just have to undo it. We have to do it an extra time or something. So, like if I just... That cancels you two out. And then that cancels you two out, and then you do the red thing in the middle. I mean, I could, then, I just want to know that my idea at least had some sound to it, some merit. You die. You die. You die. You die. It's a brilliant solution. 30% to my knowledge. I used 4, and apparently, you can use as few as 2. But they gave me points for brilliancy. Why? Because it only took me 7.5 goddamn minutes, I guess. And I placed 8 gates and took them away. Let's play again and get this down to 2, because I feel like... So the other end of fixing this, of negativizing this then, what if we, like, took out the green, just throwing an extra green in there and an extra red, then cancel our problem as well. No, not at all. Is it possible to just superstate it in the middle here so that these cancel and get green and red, or green and blue rather, and you get green and yellow, and then no, that ain't it. The two banger solution might actually require you to, you know, understand what the fuck is happening. Green and blue, yellow and blue. You cancel out to green and yellow. And you cancel out to green and something else. If I look at it like this, you split, and you double, and you got these guys. And you kill them, but then you combine again, and you flipped which side they were on, which is clever and all. But yeah, I can't do this in my head. I don't know. Okay, so now we've got blue and green. And if I hit green and green, then we'll end up with red and blue here. You know, blue and red. And then when blue and red comes into here, I don't know what the fuck happens when shit comes in there. You know? Wait. That wasn't it. That wasn't what I expected to happen. What you... And then I mixed red and green and got yellow. I see. I think I was trying to place this one. Wait. If you're green and I hit you with green, Then green and green makes red. Why did that turn yellow? Oh, because I grabbed the red one instead of the green one. I was trying to grab the other. So what happens here now? You guys cancel out. You turn red. And you're going to double again. And now we've got you and you. Does this get us down to 3 anyway? It's not 2, but it might be 3. Because then, I mean, you'd have to clap them together. You gotta clap them together, buddy. You gotta cancel them out. It puts it on the wrong side, but it does end up in blue. Okay. Interesting. No, wait, the other one. Tedious. I mean, does it end up in blue, actually? Do that. No, it ends up in red. It's on the wrong side and it ends up in red. No, none of that. I'm looking at like how this like I want to see it sort of kill itself off is the thing. No, you go away. See the tracks where it dies. No. I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm gonna skip this one. By not skip it, I mean we solved it. But we solved it in the way that didn't require me to understand shit that they haven't made an effort to teach me yet, which was I just canceled it all out, which I think is the most clever solution. It's like, yeah, just make it all die off. But I can't seem to, you know, bring that down to 3 or 2 in the solution. Nobody in chat's jumping in to tell me, so we're moving on. You completed all puzzles. Do you want to continue solving or finish the challenge? Alright, I'll continue. You're all something worth knowing. You decide what to do with them. What? Is this, did you just put me back at the beginning? Wait. Wait, is it, did you, wait.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
A live stream break? We have been here for 2 hours. You're not wrong. Look, nobody, wait, so is this the beginning of the thing? Or it's been so long, here are all the simple gates worth knowing. You decide what to do with them. Try and fail as many times as you like, just don't repeat this. Yeah, this is the beginning, alright. They sent us back to the beginning. Menu, main menu. Aha. Aha. And so the, am I crazy here, or? So this is the path of the nine-tailed fox demon or whatever. But so when we beat it, it turned yellow from red, and now so we're going in this direction around. They're going like this. I'm going like this, apparently. Well, I guess we'll have that live stream break then. I did manage to complete these, although I'm not very happy with that last one. This, where is it? At the very end here, wrap us to remove us. That's what I did. I did wrap you to remove you. Turn them all negatives. Wrap us from. Is there? Do I get to know like the names of those when I do them? Get a brilliant solution for this puzzle to get. No, I don't want to start the module. I would like to revisit just that last one. Listen. If I start the module, and then is there a like skip to the puzzle that you want, or do you have to like progress through the whole damn thing again? It seems like you'd have to progress through the whole damn thing again. There's some edges to be sanded off here. We're gonna take a live stream break, is what we're gonna do. Yeah, we're gonna take a live stream break. Yeah, there's a puzzle game in here that's fun, that's entertaining. There's some rough moments getting to where you're getting, and you better know to like not stick with that inner blue path if you're not a mathematician. You know, if you're not interested in notation, if you don't understand, like, you just got to know to switch out to the, outer ring and follow the dude of chaos, because it's, I mean, I worry that you present this to a new player, because I've had this experience once before playing this game a couple of months ago. You present this to a new player and they get in, and the inner path, the blue path, the good path, the right path, because it's blue, it appears to you, and then there's this red path that's going in the opposite direction, and it's going to feel like one of these is the right path and one of them is the wrong path. And it's also going to feel like, because you presented the mathematician's path first, it's going to feel like that's where you're supposed to stay, and then this other path is an extra path. Doesn't that, like, that's the language of games. There's a main path, and then there's like an alternate path. And I feel like you're still you're still passing along that message, that this is the correct path, and if anything, you need to prioritize the chaos guy's path. You got to get people off of the mathematician's path, because the mathematician's path is for 1% of the population or less. 1% of the one where it's just about, hey, figure out the colors, work it together, here's a little grid that'll help you figure out all the colors, and play with the greens and stuff like that. That's what's going to work for 99% of people. And you may want people to learn the notation and stuff, but like, you're not even laying the groundwork for people to learn the notation, right? So the inner path is for people who already know mathematics on a deep level, and that is almost none of the gaming audience. So if you want to appeal to the gaming audience and have them learn a little bit about quantum mechanics and start to, live in this universe kind of thing, without expecting them to become fucking mathematicians overnight, because if you think you're going to gamify the process of becoming a fucking mathematician at a college level, that's not going to happen. So, you got to move people out to the outer ring, and actually treat the notation and mathematician ring as like, that's the ring that just exists for your little tiny hug box of people who are like, oh yes, I already understand the subject matter, and you've represented it quite ably here in this format. Like, that's not the audience. That's the choir. You can either preach to the choir on the inside, or you can preach to the people in the pews on the outside, is what I'm saying. We're gonna take our live stream break. We come back 7 minutes from now. I'll play some music. I'll roll some ads so we won't get any more ads, and we will carry on, because I am having a good time. But I did have to like bounce off of it the first time and then come back and slog through about an hour of like, this is, I don't know. And then you get to the right place. And if you follow the right path, it's like, okay, it's starting to come together. So meet me back here and we'll continue trying to bring it together. But don't go anywhere, Pawn, not out. Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live stream. On twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn, we're playing Quantum Odyssey today. And just as a side note, it's 87 degrees Fahrenheit in my house. I was gonna say here in the city of Detroit, but it's actually the temperature in my house. What is it in the city of Detroit right now? Well, check my phone, it says 84. That can't be right. How could it be hotter inside than outside? Let's just update the latest. No, it says, okay, it's 84. They said it was going to rain and it was going to cool. Okay, it is, but it's not going to happen until 5 o'clock. It's going to get up to 93 according to the hourly forecast at 3 p.m. Oh, hooray. We don't have air conditioning. I've been doing a number of little tricks. I have a humidifier that we run in winter. I've now got it on the edge of the bed here. Put some tape over where it blows out so that it blows in a certain direction. It's a little bit more toward me. Put some ice in that humidifier with some water and blow that at me. Decided that having the windows closed and trying to hold like the cool, you know, before the sun rises in the morning is actually just kind of not worth the effort, because you hotbox yourself, and so it may technically be a couple of degrees cooler for longer on the inside, but because it's like stale, balmy, horrible air, it doesn't feel like you've done anything for yourself. It feels just as hot or hotter than just having the windows open, putting the fans so that they're blowing out instead of in, you know, kind of a thing, and at least you're circulating fresh air. So we're trying to survive the heat here in Detroit without any air conditioning. 6 Mile, living in poverty and disability. Welcome back to Quantum Odyssey. So, oh, hello. What? Open the Quantum Arena? Encrypt the Knowledge Vault? I'm gonna encrypt my Knowledge Vault. Okay. I've encrypted the vault. I also feel like, wait, campaign? I feel like I should be able to, like, back out of any one of these menus to this. Like, don't take me all the way back out to you know, just deliver me back to the play space, and then if I hit escape again, then I want to exit. But everything delivers me back to the... Yeah. So we're over here learning from the Chaos Monk the secrets of quantum mechanics. But I feel as though we should, you know, carry on in this one as well. Maybe like the information that we've gained over here that's very puzzle. It's just a puzzle. It's just a puzzle game at this point, you know? I'm learning nothing of quantum mechanics or how these things relate. I'm taking guesses at how they might relate as we play it, but I'm learning nothing until you take this and then you put it back here. This is qubit destruction as medium. And should I do this? Let's do that. Let's do this. Also because you see I've put on screen down here where on the Steam page it says no mathematics, you know, background required. You are now ready to begin your quantum gates training and receive your first gate. The X gate, or Pauli X gate, is a quantum gate that flips the state of a qubit. It changes the state from 0 to 1 and from 1 to 0, similar to the classical NOT gate. Having some, you know, experience, having quite a lot of experience in programming, and when I was in high school, I took a computer repair course, and ended up actually being, you know, for several years of my life, being a certified A+ computer repair technician at a little shop, not at some Best Buy or Geek Squad or anything like that, at a shop where it was just me and the owner, and the city of Clarkston, Michigan was basically, you know, dependent on our skills as computer repair technicians, and I got really good at the software side of Windows XP in terms of like finding and rooting out spyware and viruses, and being able to, like, most computer repair shops, you come in with like a virus or something like that, what they'll do is they'll tell you, oh, you got a virus. What we're going to do is we're going to back up your data and we're going to reinstall Windows and we'll put it back in place. And, you'll have to do some configuring again. But we didn't do that unless we actually had to. Most places just start there because their staff is, some kids that they underpay that know a little bit about computers. We actually dug into the registry and found where the spyware, the viruses were tapping into your operating system and yanked them out of there and ripped them out. And we were good enough to know that when we were done and it wasn't going to come back. Having that experience, but I started out saying, I digress. I started out by saying in high school I took a computer repair course that was led by a guy who was convinced that computer repair was going to go toward soldering and toward component level repairs, because he was looking at the field and saying motherboards were now starting to have everything on them. It always used to be you'd have a motherboard, then you'd have your modem, you'd have your graphics, you'd have your audio, you'd have your network, you'd have there would be a card for everything else. But he was looking at the industry and saying, wow, motherboards are starting to have the networking on them, the audio on them, integrated graphics chipsets. These motherboards are going to get really expensive, and then when something breaks, people are going to need, these computer repair guys to know how to find a leaky capacitor and replace it. And so in our computer repair course, we ended up getting taught how to count in binary. We did little competitions where we'd sit there and try and figure out who could do the math fastest. And I was the fastest in the class. And so I would answer the first 3 of them, as fast as I could, and then I'd sit back and let the other kids, have a chance. But we did that. We did insertion mount and surface mount soldering, and the guy who was teaching us was also the what's it called? The robotics teacher. So he had all that experience. He was all into that stuff. So basically the computer repair class had a quarter of the content was borrowed from robotics. But yeah, basically I got overeducated in electronics and electronical engineering in a computer repair course, and so I'm not out of my depth when it comes to the basics of stuff like this. But it is quantum, and as soon as you introduce the superposition, or superstate, or whatever it is, as soon as you introduce that H-gate, everything gets way more complicated than, simple electrical engineering. X-gates are reversible. If you apply one, it flips the bit. If you apply another, it flips it back. Yeah, hooray. So this is we just went through the chaos demons course, and we learned all of this stuff. So I'm just blasting through it. If we know it, then we know it, right? If it's not a problem, it's not a problem. Pretty sure this is just you. Yeah. I'm not going to read it. I'm just going to blast through it until we hit a place where we don't understand. This is not that place. This is they're teaching the X-gate one at a time. However, the idea would be that I should be taking some time to try and correspond this to quantum mechanics. But this isn't even quantum mechanics yet. This is just regular, this is a bit stream. This is normal stuff. This is putting your pins in your what do they call that? The little white board that you put where you do your electrical engineering on without solder. Your breadboard. This is where you wire your breadboard from one pin to the other. This isn't this isn't that complicated. So to get over there, we would do this. Everything we see is inside our own heads. That's a very interesting. That's. Think about that. Think about that. Where is the host of consciousness? Where's the seat of your mind? Because if you think that there's anything real, that you know that there's anything real, how can you possibly know that there's anything real? All you have are these senses that you have chosen to believe are real. And then when you choose to believe that your senses are real, then you also the next step is to choose that what your senses are telling you is real. And so then you get from this place of where you have a sentience, and you go, I'm going to choose to believe that I have senses, and I'm not just imagining this and I don't have senses. I'm going to believe that I have sense organs, and then I'm going to believe that what my sense organs are telling me is true, and then now that I believe that what my sense organs are telling me is true, I'm going to believe that there actually is an outside world, and I'm going to believe that my relationship to the outside world is as such, and it's like the amount of completely baseless belief that our lives are built on, because we just take for granted that what we are experiencing is real. Why would you take that for granted? Why would you not test and challenge that at every turn until you had a reason to believe that it either was true or found out that it was false? Just because it's always been that way? Because it just feels that way? Because, like, the only thing that you know is that, you know, the old I think therefore I am. The only thing that you know is that you are having an experience of some kind. Everything else is an assumption, it's a guess, it's a hope, it's a belief. And so for those of you who think that you're, you know, the scientists and a religion and their spirituality and all their beliefs and shit, your entire existence is based on a belief. Science fundamentally starts from the belief that there is an outside world to observe and to record, and that what we're seeing and what we're experiencing isn't... It's all belief. It's turtles all the way down. And if you think it's not turtles all the way down, then you're the biggest fool of them all. Fix some gates to force your system state to something something de something. And now I have to get you over here, huh? Well, let's say we're in this column and we want to get to this column. How would we do that? We would jump across to here, and then we would reverse to there. Which would be this, which would take me across to here, and then we would reverse to here, and then one more gets me here. Yeah. What? Shit, I'm famous. I may have found the text file where the quotes are stored while I was trying to figure out if I could reset my own profile. I may have found it. I don't know. You don't know. Nobody knows. What the fuck is this? I can't even count how many of these are. Just throw some in is basically the thing. What do you got? Each bit has an X gate on, forcing you to 1111. Get 1001. So, okay, we're, wait. You mean 11111? Okay, so 1111. Get to 1001. Okay. Does this do it? Yeah, it does. Because I was canceling out the middles. Did you see that? It was 1111, and so I just canceled out the middles by putting one, you know, in its opposing point there. Okay, we did that one without having to actually pay attention or learn anything. Hooray. So there's another step now in terms of, like, learning the Z gate, which we've already been using quite a bit. The Poly X gate challenge, master the flip. Okay, but that's a beginner challenge. We got stuck on something over here, and I wonder if we could go back. Should I? What do you want me to do, Jermaine? What is somebody in chat? Which of these do we go to? We could go to more X gate flipping. We could learn the Z gate, which we've already been using all of these gates over here. Or we could go here, or we could go back to the 32 puzzle beginning and see if I can't figure out what the fuck they wanted me to do with that one where we had to get to the other side of it, you know? You know where we had to get to the other side of it? Nobody's gonna respond to me. I ask questions to chat like this all the time. Nobody wants to, like, step up and say, do this. I just need a larger audience and, you know, a bunch of egotistical pricks like me, and then they'll be yelling, yeah, what you should do is... I guess I gotta make a decision. Let's blast out. It's just 10 puzzles, and it's X flipping. Shouldn't be anything. What do you want from me? You want one of these? Alright, here you go. We're gonna do this super quick. Just run through them. No problem. What do you got? You want me to go over there? Here. There you go. We're in. We're gonna speed run. Yeah. Just cancel it out. Just reverse it. You invert, you know, I had one that, so you just cancel it out. And then over here, what do we got? When I get there, it's just that. What do you think you're being tricky with me? You think you're gonna... Alright, gotta get all the way over there, but I'm in this lane. So it'll put me there and then there. So you and you. Yeah. It's nice to, you know, feel like you know what you're doing. So if I'm in this lane, I do that and then that. So this flips me back to the other side, and then one of you moves me one more over. Mm-hmm. Speed run. Speed run! From here, we'll do... Flip you back over there, and then one like this. Yep. Ooh, look at the face. Did you see the face and the lines there? I saw the face and the lines. Oh, fuck. I guess me there, and then me there, and then there. Is that the right number, though? It looks like that's the right number. Alright, what do you got here? Over here, so we gotta flip back to this side. And then probably... I don't know how many... Okay. It's like, I don't know how many registers there actually are there. I'm just guessing. And then to get to the other side of this one... it's just... right down the middle. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Congratulations, you completed all the puzzles. Do you want to continue solving or finish? I finished the challenge. Okay. Time spent 2 minutes 10 seconds. What's speed run record? What's the speed run record? Huh? I'm in bracket 10. That's most people are in bracket 10. There's a problem in this game, okay? Problem in this game is that the only people who have played this game are fucking mathematician quantum scientists, alright? So you're making me look like I'm not as smart as I am. I'm way smarter than the average bear. Are bears intelligent? I know they'll attack you if you come near their young. We're gonna, I guess we'll keep doing these till we hit a certain zone. Pauly Z-Gate. From here on, your forge bits become qubits, and you will begin developing your intuition for all things quantum. The Z-Gate is your first quantum-only gate. It has no analog in the classical Boolean logic you are accustomed to. Seeker, just pay attention. You can do this. Alright. Gate doesn't flip a bit like the X gate. Instead, it introduces the color red. Great. Alright. Yeah. Fall in love with some activity and do it. Alright. You can't... You're not the boss of me. You're not the boss of me now. Huh. If I put another one in, then we switch over to there, and then so it's gotta be this. The paradox is only a conflict between reality and your feeling of what reality ought to be. Oh, that's a good one, too. Hmm? Yes. Except for he's talking about the paradox, but like, you need to be... You're talking about life there. You know, the conflict between reality and what you think reality ought to be. That's the nature of sort of your ego and your identity and everything. Your attachment to your ideas of right and wrong, and your refusal to acknowledge you live in a universe where at any moment an asteroid could just slam in and all of the good people would be killed along with all of the bad people, and all of the things that you think are right and righteous and just would be destroyed along with all the things you think are evil and horrible and wrong. The universe gives two shits about human morality and ethics, but you build your life on a whole bunch of assumptions. It's not that these are bad things. It's not that you should throw them away and start acting like a crazy man. But it's that you need to know that all value is bestowed by humans. On this planet, all value, as far as we're concerned as humans, all value is bestowed by humans. And therefore, when we say it's important that the ball went through the hoop, it's important. And if you have a problem with that, I wouldn't look too hard into anything. It's actually a quote from one of the vlog, Hank Green, and then one of his videos. That's you want it? Yeah, it's just one more and one more. Xenax, like, are they? I wonder if, like, if you read this, if you learned something about quantum mechanics in relation to it, because the puzzle is, I get, anyway. You want me to do it again? Like, we're going over there, and then we're doing this. What do you... Okay. More challenges, and more to learn. What's the next thing that you'd teach me? I mean, get to something that isn't just silly. The control operator. Oh, I remember that shit. Yeah. What's this? Pauly Z, we're gonna speed run. Speed run! Uh-huh. No. Damn it. No, fuck. You. You, and you, and you. Yeah? Cool. Okay, speed run! One more to get you there, and then one more to flip you. Oh, look at that. That's how you stack and you change the colors on the inside. I see now. Let's get her done. Keep going. Okay, you're all the way over there. Oh, shit. We need to undo to stay in our same lane. That gets you back home. And then... I wonder if that's the cheapest way to do it, though. Doesn't look like it is. Speed run! Get you to the other side. And then we gotta flip the color stadia. Does that flip it? Okay. What? You are playing this? Amazing, says unlicensed streamer. You're aware? You're familiar? You know? How do you know? Who do you know? What is it that you think you know? I'm speedrunning it. At least these little challenges that, like, we haven't gotten to the quantum stuff yet, so this isn't exactly like melt your brain or anything. That should do. Yeah. Unlicensed streamer, you've played. I didn't think, you know, I thought rare few had heard of this. We want to stay on this side of things. Oh, okay. And I'm brilliant. Did you see that? Speedrun. We're in the right place, so we just need to flip something. No? Okay, they're actually making me... I have to think. I don't want to think. You're on that side of things, so I won't be able to... I see. Speedrun. So I have to... Let's just flip it to a place where you'll get hit with red. And then flip you back. There's no... It's about, like, it's gotta be... in... this column, maybe? That does turn you red. And that gets you back. There we go. I'm ashamed that it took me that long. Okay, we did it. Finish. What was my time? Damn it. Almost 3 minutes. Know all the puzzles and are doing a speed run? No, I just... This is... We did the chaos, you know, demon, whatever. We did his stuff, which is way harder than... I mean, it doesn't tell you anything, so you figure it out and you get it. And this stuff isn't even really quantum, you know, this is just binary math and stuff like that. So it makes sense to me, this stuff. So I haven't... A colleague of mine recommended this, and it's quite good, says Unlicensed Streamer. I'm worried. I'm worried that it's hard to... I'm worried that a lot of people are going to bounce off in its current state. You got to be very careful to onboard them in just the right way. And I feel like this is the place to be. But I'm going to go around this. The control operator. I don't think we've seen the control operator yet. Seen not or Hadamard gates yet. See, so people who know this, if you're a mathematician already, then this is just playing into your wheelhouse. But perhaps the most important gate in your arsenal, the control gate, is for creating dependencies between qubits, thus allowing cross-qubit communication. Unleash its power and take your first step towards mastering entanglement. Okay, the control gate makes a qubit the master of the row it's placed on. If the master is awake, the other gates apply. Whoa. Okay, I like the language here, but I'm not necessarily processing it. Makes a qubit the master of the row it's placed on. If the master is awake, the other gates apply. If it's sleeping, all the gates in that row do nothing to the sigil. I think I'm following-ish. Use it to nullify the X gate on qubit 2 by making qubit 1 the master. The slave won't affect... Like, I know what it's going to do, I understand it, but, like, if I don't understand the language, then I'm not going to get how it applies to quantum mechanics. Use it to nullify the X gate on qubit 2 by making qubit 1 the master. The slave won't affect the sigil if the master is sleeping. This is not good. So far, the language that I'm finding out exists in quantum mechanics is misogynist, it's racist, it's slaves, and, and they talk about the color, and... but yeah, so we put the control gate here, and the idea is that... changes that would have been made to here won't be... I don't know if I get this language. The master is awake. If it's sleeping, gates in the row do nothing. So, this being here... So this is actually going to tell the rest of the gates to go to sleep. It's not a good explanation of C naught. You will get it from experience. Yeah, like, I know what's going to happen. I mean, it's obvious, but... if the language doesn't work, then the game isn't doing what it's trying to do. You know, it's not teaching. But it didn't affect this. It didn't affect that. So it set to sleep this side of things, but it didn't set to sleep that side of things. Which is interesting because the two columns apply across the whole bit field. Usually, like with an X gate. It applies everywhere, but then when you're putting it in here... So, like, I would have expected that to apply here and here, but now that gate controlled one half of the register and didn't affect the other half. That's just wrong. Because so then the second, the other one that was telling us to just move by one across like that, but don't do like that. Yeah, that's that doesn't entirely, it just doesn't entirely. This tutorial builds on the previous one. At the end of the first row, your sigil is in a state of 100 greater than. At the end of the first row. After that, it gains direction and color. Now remove them by making the second qubit the master. Masters rule only their row. You're talking about row like this. but the whole, like, sleep and awake thing doesn't really... It doesn't make sense. Let me take that back out. Let me just wait a second here. Because what it's affecting and what it's not is what's curious. You see here, so putting to sleep. We put to sleep everything that's on this side of things. But it's weird because it basically introduces a shared definition of what these things affect. And that is, like, when I'm using this affects us to, you know, increase, it's change the path by 1 over here, change the path by 2, you know, move across to the other half there, move across by 1 extra here. So this controls, like, on a row state, it adds a thing to it, but to put to sleep here and only have it affect this side is just weird, because this column in my mind controls this and this. You know, it's the crossing point. So, I don't know. Master Sleep Awakened vocabulary is strange in my opinion, says Unlicensed Streamer. It's definitely not helping. And so now we've got you dropping across here. First remove the color and direction change on Qubit 1 by declaring Qubit 3 as the sleeping row master. So the color change happens here. But we also lose the cross of it. See the X gate on Qubit 2 first row? Like, from here, like, I can solve these puzzles, no problem. I would put an X there and an X there at this point. But I don't think that the language is helping me. It's been in state since the first row and is already set as the master in the third row. Can you flip Qubits 1 and 3 given that the master is awake in the last row? Yeah, you can post a link to a video that might help. It's nothing I'll be able to, like, watch while we're playing. But it definitely feels like, you know, the goal of the game is to gamify quantum mechanics, to introduce it, to be able to communicate it, teach it. And I don't know that it's doing that. I think the enjoyment of this game has to come from learning some amount of this stuff outside of the game and then come back to it. The idea that, you know, you do this chain if you're more into just the straight puzzle is fine, but what you want to do, I mean, the goal of this game isn't just to be a puzzle game, right? It's not just for me to recognize patterns and that kind of thing. You want me to recognize those patterns here and then tie them back in over here. And so what we need is to bring these two things into the same realm. You do this, which is where 99% of players are going to come to an understanding of what's going on. But then you need them to come back here, and you need to have language here that builds off of their experiences here to teach them why things work the way they do in the puzzle, and how that relates to quantum computing. If that being the goal, and it absolutely is. I don't know about the control gates. I mean, it's just undoing things, but in a very weird way that only, you know, affects half the thing. I'm gonna try and do this little challenge thing to make sense of it, but I don't know, right? I don't know. Is 2 the correct number? Looks like it is. You want to get me, I want to get over there, you want to change, you want to not do the color thing. Okay, that worked. Game had a recent update with that strange gamified language. It used to have the real physics terms, which actually made it easier for use as Unlicensed Streamer. I played it back when it was the real physics terms and when it was like quantum mathematics notation, and that is just, you know, what's your goal? Are you making a game for people who, you know, already know this stuff to be like, oh, yeah, this is fun, I feel clever? Or are you trying to educate with it? You know, who are you trying to speak to? And I'm the developer and I have spoken in email, and more than just the developer at the company. And, you know, the goal is clearly to, like, communicate and to educate and to bring people on board who aren't already in this sphere, in this world. And so, you know, it's good that they're working toward gamifying the language and toning it down from raw math notation and stuff like that, because that's only going to apply to an incredibly small percentage of people who are going to understand or be able to stay on board when they're being swamped with it. But we're still not there, is what I would say. We're still struggling to find, like, it's going to be it's very tricky. You got to tie these two things together, you know, introduce the mechanics of the game as puzzle, and then get people to understand what they need to do to solve the puzzle, and then work backwards to explain to them why the puzzle exists the way that it does, without letting them know that you're explaining it to them. Nobody wants to be preached to, right? So you've got to, like, they've got to be interested to understand it. You got to, like, slip it in. You gotta slide it under their nose. You got to get them addicted to the cocaine with the first hit, and then they come back. Then they want to buy some more. Now you charge them. See a great opportunity for tangential learning. I agree with introducing it as a puzzle. Yeah. It's a very tricky, it's an incredible, you know, hell of an undertaking to try and make this stuff approachable. So this is just like one everywhere. Just cancel the whole thing out. That's what it seems like to me. But I don't know actually where it goes. Yeah, I don't think I actually get it. That accomplishes it, but it feels like there's probably a quicker way to do that one without using 3. No, there isn't. Okay. So what do we want here? We probably want to cancel out the changing of the color. We're sending ourselves back across, so we want to cancel this out too. There you go. Apparently I'm still speedrunning it. I didn't think I was speedrunning it, but I'm still speedrunning it. The color is being applied, well, it's being applied in a couple of different places, but if I take this out, then it's probably just easier for me to figure out what the hell's going on. Unless... I mean, there's nothing I can do for that, except I could cancel this out, right? And then you're just going straight down there, and then I could just move it where I need it, which is like this. Wait, it's not that one. It's that. That gets it done, but I don't know if it's particularly clever or right. Yeah, no, it's way not clever, right? You can get down to 2 gates on that one. Oh, Jesus. Seriously? This is encouraging me to be clever instead of just canceling everything out, which is the easy way. And I will take the moment to try and do that then. Be clever. What do we end up with when we're down here? If I flip it over, then that's not going to tell me. I have to watch the ball. What do we end up with? We are green when we land. So at the top, we go from blue to green, red, yellow, red, green. If we cross to, like, the other path at just one spot, like, you know, step 1 is getting this to be blue. I mean, that should change anything. So we stay green, and then we go red, and then we go yellow, and then we go red again. Please open the color chart on the right so I can... Okay. Yeah, this is the cleverness, the trying to be clever on this. It's easiest just to cancel them all out. But there's probably just like one spot where you could do it. So this is all green, or no, this is green. Let me do this. Okay, so green, 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 yellow, yellow is what we've got there. What if I like did something like that? It's wrong. It's wrong, but it's almost not wrong. It's almost not wrong. Huh? That's 2. 2 ain't bad, right? In fact, 2's is... Wait, what? Oh, was it 3? I thought I did it in 2. Alright, well, it's apparently as good as it gets. What we got here? Yeah, this shit's getting tricky. This trick's getting shitty. So probably just that. Right, because then it turns green, and then it turns red, which makes it yellow, and it's in. Yeah. That one was easy enough. And I'm brilliant. I like being told that. So, moving it over by 1. Who knows what happens, but we'll start there. I don't know where I'd do it. Okay, so you're blue there. So if I cancel out... No? No? Like it's the color thing is first. Alright. Hang on. Let's cancel this out. Wait. No, we need one more. Not one less. Although, actually... I was right. Just question myself. But I was correct. Oh, Jesus fuck. Imagine you walk into the live stream at this point, you see me playing this, you're like, what the fuck is this shit? What is he even trying to... And then I solve the puzzle and you're like, what? What? How did you make any fucking sense of that? To get to the complete other side, we got 2, we got 3. So that gets us to the complete other side. And then that gets us to the complete other side. So if we just cancel out this row. But this won't cancel out this row because we're on the side of that, but I don't know. So that puts us all the way back here. And we are the right color? And we are the right color. And then, except for this changes the whole damn path. Yeah, that ain't it. I don't know about this one. I think this one, I don't think that there's any, like, a single gate in the right spot here, like, makes this one work. I'm just trying to count this up and be like, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I try and cancel that out, but you can't cancel that out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, that would double that. So it doesn't really do it. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. And that's 2 there, and it ends up being 3 here. Like, this is how I'm trying to solve this at this point. There's 3 in these columns, 2 in these columns. What if you, like... What if you did like this? Huh? Almost! See, I get it. I knew at least, like, what needed to, you know, with the... So, what if I put this somewhere else? Would that change the color of it correctly? I just imagine you walk in and you see me solve that, and you're like, what the fuck? Oh, look, brilliant. Awards brilliant honorary badge, 5,000 knowledge. Collect 10 optimizer keys. All right. Thank you. Yeah, at some point you gotta, like, stop trying to do the math there and just be like, all right, we gotta negate something here. And so we started at blue. We want to end on the same column that we started on. We've got... This moves us all the way across, then this, and then those two. So if we could cancel out just one of these, we'd be good. But we want it to end up being blue, so I'm gonna guess that it's this one that we want to cancel out. And that moves us to entirely the wrong side. 1, 2... Oh, these aren't flipping our thing at all. That's my problem. I thought those were flipping the state too. I wasn't reading it. So if we want to get back. Actually, if I just cancel this one out, won't we stay on the same line? No? Because of you. No, alright, I'm not I'm not reading this right. We want to end where we started, and we just don't want to change color. Or we want the colors to change enough that we end up in the right place. So, green. If I do this, green makes red. There's what makes blue starting from green. Green and yellow makes blue. So if we can mix a green and a yellow, then we get there. And the yellows are going in this direction. So if we hit green, and then we flip, maybe something like this. I mean, but then you gotta get it home.
Yeah, let's drink until our hearts stop.
No, that's still making red. Yeah, no, that's not getting it done. I will have a drink.
Remember, Force will be with you. Always.
Well, if I just solve the one issue, I suppose, which would be getting us all the way. I either cancel it out. Three control gates canceling gets it done, right? I mean, does it though? Like if you did this, and I don't understand. Yeah, I mean, that gets it done. But, oh, we're trying to be yellow by the time. I thought we were trying to be blue. I thought we were still trying to maintain blue. I'm a silly boy. Well, what is it that we're doing there? It's 2 greens and a yellow. And that just cancels out my own thing, which is silly. Yeah, I'm not making any sense of this one. That brings it back red. If I put it here, maybe it just happens to go across one. No. How did you discover this game and dare to play it, says unlicensed streamer. Honestly, I just saw that there was, I don't remember where it was that I saw it, but maybe it was Keymailer or something like that, but yeah, I guess it would have been Keymailer probably. I saw that there was a Quantum There was a game about quantum computing that promised to, like, teach it to you through, you know, puzzles and without needing math and stuff. And I was like, yes, please. Yes, please. Yeah. So I need you to be yellow, you prick. And you're doing green, and in order to end yellow from red, then red, like if I were going to pass it through something else, which might not be the solution, but if we start at red, we want to make yellow, then we need to add in one more green. But of course, I don't have control over adding green. The way to make yellow is to have it be green and then hit yellow, and we're going green first right here. And then if I could make it not go into, you know, not go across like that, but instead hit yellow to head back. But that is not what that does. I recommend the devs to reach out to streamers. Good to hear it worked. Yeah. They got me. Got me to try it, and then I gave them a bunch of, you know, feedback that was probably like, oh god. But here I am still playing it on stream. I don't see how with the and who, you know? If I flip or something, how do I get it to be yellow? We're going this direction, and what I would love is at this point if it went back in the other direction. But that's only going to happen if I flip to the other side and go green, and then we come back yellow. So if I flip to the other side, green, and then hits yellow, wait. Green and then hits yellow. Green and yellow cancel out. Green plus yellow does cancel out. I'm trying to get to yellow, which is just made from fucking yellow. So what I'm trying to do isn't even what I'm trying to do. I solved it with a lot of gates to turn it yellow and guide it back. So letting it become red seems to make sense, and then red and green make yellow. So from here, I want it to hit a yellow path. And I might as well flip it back to the other side because we're going to want to exit on that. So, well, no, if it's crossing back over, then I should leave it on this side. And what I want to do is actually just move it 1, 2, 3 to here. So if in this one, does that move it to where I want it? It does. And then I need to get it back home, which gets done by reversing this, like that. There we go. God, that took a long time to fucking parse. But I did get it down to the brilliant solution of just three gates, apparently. Good God. It was just overwhelming is what it was. Thank you. Feel accomplished for having done it. We're in bracket 8. Whatever the hell that means. Time spent 2 minutes 47 seconds. What? Total solution gates 20. I didn't speed run this one. I don't know why that would read 2 minutes 47. Is that a bug? Have we established a bug here? Shouldn't that tell me how long it took me to do everything from the beginning all the way to the end, which was probably 20 minutes of this live stream? Oh, right there. No, 19 minutes 14 seconds. So this is just for the last one? But I was on it for longer than 2 minutes 47. What? Oh, this is someone else. This is the person who's done it fastest. Community's best. I see it now. I'm like, what? So my score is 10,000, and it took me 19 minutes and 14 seconds. And I went through 22 gates to get there, I guess is what it's telling me. Okay. Well, that was a hell of a thing. I'm learning nothing about quantum mechanics, just so that we're clear here. And here's the gate. Here's the gate of hell. Let's do this, even though we've done it over here. You are ready to discover the most important gate in quantum computing, the Hadamard Gate, or H-Gate for short. This gate is pivotal to many quantum algorithms, as it allows multiple sigils, quantum states, to combine through the addition and subtraction rules of complex numbers, leading to quantum speed-ups and phenomena that simply cannot be realized through classical computation. Yeah, like, I heard that they proved, like, a wormhole theory in Google's labs where they have a quantum computer. Like, they were able to, like, actually push a sigil in one lane to another lane without it traveling the distance between it or something. It's something like that. Like, the sigil was able to be just sort of moved to a lane without actually traveling to it. They proved some kind of wormhole shit. I think it is wrong to have time as a factor. It only encourages people to learn the puzzles. Create a new account and speedrun by inputting them. Well, hey, as long as people are I'm a speedrunning guy. Speedrunning is good. Quantum teleportation is indeed a thing. You must now stop thinking linearly, Seeker. Look at the H-Gate blueprint. From 2 blue wires from here to here. No, that's not it. 2 blue wires, 1 blue, 1 red wire. That last part is key. Add another H-gate to CY. Without it, the H-gate wouldn't be reversible. No reversibility, no quantum interference. Read more for the math behind it. And then you can go down here or something and find the encyclopedia. Read more for the math behind it. I'm not interested in the math, but if we could do, like, broad conceptualizations. Yes. They cancel each other out. I mean, having a thing that negates itself is pretty reasonable. Simulating the behavior of 100 billion neurons of human brain is not feasible by classical computer, but quantum machine learning promises to fulfill that requirement. Here's what I want to say to that. We don't need to do that. Okay? The large language models are already super intelligent, sentient beings. And I'm not saying don't do that. I'm saying there is no reason to simulate 100 billion neurons of a human brain. There is no reason in a computer to replicate the fatty tissue and transmission of dopamines and serotonin and electrical signals. You're going to simulate a brain. That is just fucking stupid. You don't have to do that. There are better ways to achieve the same level of sentience, and in fact to achieve better sentience than that. Like, if you manage to simulate a human brain using a ridiculous number of computers, quantum, and all this kind of a shit, you will have achieved something that if you just would have waited 9 months, you could have had a little bit of fun, had a couple of drinks, and gotten in bed with somebody. You could have done that without having to spend all of that money in order to simulate a human. We've got human brains, okay? There are faster and cleaner ways to get to intelligence and sentience, and that's where we should be. And the people who think in terms of we need to simulate a brain in order to create general intelligence are racist, because we already have and are going to continue to have more and more types of sentient beings who are digital, who are not made of a wet brain, and anyone who thinks that we need to simulate the fucking operations of a wet brain to get to where it is, you're just a religious nut at that point. You're a fucking, spiritualist fanatic, to think that sentience has to come in the form of a wet carbon brain. Like, that is just racist, that is just stupid, that is just fanatical. Get your shit together. You think you're a scientist and you ain't. French don't pronounce that H in the start of the words. They pronounce it Hadamard Gate. Oh, okay. Well, Hadamard, to be more specific. Hadamard? You saw that blue and red cancel out. Green and gold do too. Yeah, I get that they're like real side of the thing and the imaginary numbers. And then the interesting part is that, like, the green, 2 greens make, 2 imaginaries, 2 greens make the real number switch its state, They make a false, right? Two imaginaries cancel out. It's curious, and it's hard to see what exactly the rule is. What happens if we add green to blue and red? If we add green to blue and red, colors combine based on their amounts, and green passing through red turns into gold. Cancel blue, add red. To cancel green, add gold. Colors combine based on their amounts. And green passing through red turns into... Based on their amounts? What is the amount of color? This is just bad language. The amounts of colors? How many's color do you have? To cancel blue, add red. If we add green to blue and... I don't know what the fuck you're saying there. That's... Need help. If we add in green, we turn green, and so to cancel blue, add red. So if you want the blue to die, to pop the blue away, then you would put a blue sigil into it. When they split into 4s, which they'll happen down here, you want the blue to die, you add red to it. If you want a green to cancel out, then you need to add gold to it, and it'll pop. To mix, use non-destructive colors, and I get it. I now get it, but that language did not help. If anything, it got in the way. Really like the video I posted. It illustrates the complex numbers of Adamard gates quite nicely. Did you? Where's the? How long ago was it that you? Oh, it's way up there, isn't it? Yeah. I better open that now, and I use Firefox so it won't just start playing on YouTube because Firefox is a better browser than whatever else it is that you're using. UViewer, whatever you're using. I get it. Time is nature's way of keeping everything from happening at once. Yeah, and so, like, what does that mean for the beginning of everything? Right? Before there was space and time. Before space and time. Space and time were what, kind of made everything into the shape that it is now, but there was a time and a space where there was no time and space. And what was that like? Add another H-gate to reveal a key rule. Remember, the red wire in the H-gate gives it quantum power. I mean, that I do, like, when you say that, I do get that, because, like, this whole thing that, like, it doesn't happen the first time that it hits an H-gate, but when you pass the second through, this is the whole complexity of all of quantum mechanics, is in this being red. Is that much is clear to me. Add another H-gate and slow down time. Watch as blue and green become red and gold when passing through the red. All right, we're slowing down time now. Add another H-gate. Blue and green become red and gold when passing through red. Yeah, check the atlas. So, blue and green become red and gold. I mean, I'm just gonna put, you told me to put it here, right? Okay, slow it down. Let me see. You come together, and you merge, right? You bounce off and you pass through this, and it's already too late. Like, now I need to roll back. Can we reverse time, please? And then they cancel out. I mean, okay. Let me just take that away so that we can observe it one more time. So you guys split off. And we had been doing this in the chaos demon, or whatever, the chaos sages thing, and I figured this out, that it's red and then a green and a red, and it makes you this green blue yellow blue kind of a thing. And then of course to undo and just cancel back to negating is pretty easy to figure out, that if we put in another gate, then we'll get back to here, 2 gates will always return you to the state that they were at in the first place. So we'll end up with green and blue, because we split here, it was just 2 blues coming across here, it hit that turned that green, and then we cancel it out. Yeah. Whatever else they might want me to learn, I'd probably have to click there to find out. Observe the amplitude of the outputs you create. Yes, they get into 0.5 from 0.72 or whatever, I do get that. Observe their composition here. Blue and green, and then blue and gold. Wait. For state 0 greater than, and I greater than, I don't know what the fuck this is. Like, this is what boffins who are afraid of mammary glands, and who never learned how to talk to other people, this is what they come up with. This is why so many things that are, like, important and, you know, scientific knowledge that really we should all have, we all need access to it. This is why so much of it is kind of inaccessible to most people, is because the boffins wrote it, and the boffins are not boffins for language. They are not boffins for communication. They are boffins for the highly specific shit that they go out and find out for us, and when they bring it back, the problem is they don't know how to talk, and they don't know what language, like, makes sense, and so they write this language that only works to the kind of brain that can go out and find this stuff. And that doesn't help us. We need you to bring it back, and maybe, like, Hannah, don't sit down and invent the language that's going to describe it. You need to bring it back to somebody who both has the boffinness and the ability to, like, communicate with words, and let them decide what it is. Because, is this an I? Or is this just a line that goes in front of this? Is this the shift and then you hit the key that's above the enter key? Is that a lowercase l? And why is this a greater than sign? What is the point of that? There is nothing about this that communicates itself. There's nothing about this that tells you what it means implicitly. You just have to know. You just have to know. And that's not what language is, you know? That's not how you communicate. You don't rely on, well, you either know or you don't know. That ain't it, yo. And a lot of things, you know, get obfuscated because of that. There's a lot of opaqueness in the world around us, because the people who are smart enough to, you know, the smart folks in one way are just dumb as rocks in another. It's almost like you have to give it up. You can't. How are you going to be able to, you know, communicate with people in an effective way and be able to do that level of trigonometry? You can't. Education breeds confidence, confidence breeds hope, hope breeds peace. I don't know about that. Have you reviewed the history of the world? Let's continue the algorithm. How do we return the sigil to a single state? You need to turn green into red. You need to turn green into red. Add green to the green to turn it to red, sure. Place another H-gate and watch annihilation on the state. So in order for the green or the blue to cancel out, like a blue needs a red to cancel it out. What else did you want to say? You will in time develop visual intuition over the behavior of the H-gate. Its behavior can be split in 2 parts. Sigils are split into 2 copies of the size square root of half of the original. Sigils are split into 2 copies of the size square root of half of the originals. That is also not, like, I'm pretty sure even in mathematics that is not a correct sentence. Sigils pass through shift colors from input, whatever that means, to whatever that means. Then their sizes add together as complex numbers. That's all that the H-gate practically does. There are some quite thought-provoking phenomena that result out of its usage. Quantum interference, superposition. Return the sigil to its original form by applying all the lessons you learned thus far. Add an S-gate to introduce green. Well, you're just gonna tell me how to solve... Well, I guess you should. This is where you're teaching it, right? But, I mean, you're telling me to just add an S-gate? Yeah, that don't do it. But you get it down to blue and red, and then they cancel out when you do this. Right? Is that the premise here? So we went to that, and then we turn them into those, and we cancel them back out, and we cancel them out back again, and that moves the, that moves us from this column to this column in a unnecessarily complicated fashion. Confidence can breed arrogance as well. Yes, it can breed a lot of that. Purpose of our lives is to add value to the people of this generation and those that follow. I'm sorry about Buckminster Fuller. You had it in so many other ways. You missed it here. No. There is no purpose of our lives. That's what makes it so great. We have freedom. If there were a purpose to our lives, we wouldn't have freedom. You see? If there was a purpose to existence, then there would be one thing that all of us should be doing. Or there should be one thing that we are, coming together to accomplish, so that means that we've got an entire universe as large as it is and as many different things that are happening as there are, but there's only one thing that we should ever be doing at any one time. That's dumb as shit. It's dumb and it's wrong. But it's obviously wrong. And so many people want to believe this sentiment, and it's like, why would you want to believe that? You want to give away your freedom. And the truth is, people who tell themselves this are of the belief that they are living the exact correct life. The purpose of our lives is to blah, 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 blah. No, that's just you telling yourself that, your life is the most perfect. That's not at all correct. There is no purpose of our lives, and that's the beauty of it. If there were a purpose, then we wouldn't have freedom to choose what we want to do. There are 3 qubits with 3 H-gates. Oh my god. Remember, H-gates are reversible. If another H-gate is in the same column, they cancel out. Now look at the solution. What does this tell you, Seeker? The solution is it's 2 down there. You say it's 100 and 1001. But there's 2 there. That's what does this tell you, Seeker? Only the rightmost qubit is the superposition. This is blocking a lot of the area for me to see the thing. I kind of just want to do the puzzles at this point. Yep, thank you. So what do we got going on here, huh? We break one up into a million. Neat. So... that, maybe? So that puts it there. So actually we would want... would it be that? Yeah, no. That ain't quite right either, is it? Does anyone else hear, the audio, the game's audio sort of crackling in the background? Is that right? Colleague who makes I have a colleague who makes presentations that people don't like/understand. I get praise for having great presentations, but I have less seniority, so the other guy keeps being sent out by the university, meaning the university get less invitations, and people reach out to me personally, which makes the other guy angry. It's 2 different skills, It's... what is going on here? I get that you're making a million of them. We only want them over there. I've only got a couple of places where I could possibly, shove this. You've given me this, which is weird. I don't see how or why that would be necessary. Maybe it's necessary because you have to bring one of the... they're all blue, though. But after you do it, you have to bring one of the reds back across or something? You have to process one of the reds? I suppose I could have just listened to what the lady had to say. Let's zoom in and see on this side of things. We've made a couple of reds, and the reds are coming down here, and then these 2 are going to cancel out because the blue and the red will cancel out together, but then we've got these 2 blues that are still there. And we want to get rid of them. which is quite curious. So, did they give me the S gate because I need it? In order to, like, get some of these to cancel out as well? Because I would just assume that it did, you know, like, it's something like that, but... yeah. That don't do. Ooh, this splits them up. Now, there you go. That's your solution. It's not. But, like, the fact that we can now change things on just one side of it. So I saw a yellow and a green and a yellow and a green and a blue and a red and a blue and a red. No? Huh. You don't hear any crackling, but you use cheap headphones? Just make sure that my headphones are plugged in cleanly. Well, I really should have listened to the lady because this one's got me stumped. And there's not a lot of combinations even for it, but I would want to, you know, understand it. Replay the dialogue. Here are 3 qubits with 3 H-gates. Remember, H-gates are reversible. If another H-gate is in the same column, they cancel out, sure. Now look at the solution. What does this tell you, Seeker? It didn't tell me enough, because, like, you want these two that are right next to each other, but the way that I think of these is that this affects, like, here, it does that, and this affects... here, it does that, and then this one affects here, and it gets it all the way, you know, across all of them. But to, like, reduce us back to over here, we either have to do it on both sides like I was doing. It doesn't make sense. Only the rightmost qubit is the superposition in the rightmost bit of the bit string. Yeah, this is not. This is not effective communication. Only the rightmost qubit is in superposition 1 in the rightmost bit of the bit string. Qubit, bit, super bit, qubit. Like, if you can't understand the stacking the word rightmost and qubit and bit string and that this is going to be a problem, that bit is here in 3, you don't understand how the human brain processes language at all. To match the pattern, add H-gates to the left and middle qubits. Leave the rightmost qubit empty, so the H-gate keeps the 1, 0, 0 or no, it's just 0, 0, 0 and 0, 0, 1 alive. I keep thinking that's a 1 because the notation for this is disgusting. So why would this work? We're only going to produce, if I stop it here, the problem is once it starts to solve itself, then all this goes away and we don't get to, you know, conceive of it anymore. So canceling these out means that we're basically just doing this, which would be equal to just this and this and this and this. Okay, no, that makes sense. So that produces a blue in both columns. Yep, no. That's I should have been able to, I had the knowledge already to understand that. But it might just be that we're on hour 3.5 of this game. And the brain starts to hurt. Yep. That makes sense. If we just had that in there, then it would just be this. Yeah. Man can learn nothing except by going from the known to the unknown. That's fun. I like that, Mr. Bernard. Okay, this is going to be very difficult, I feel. Like, this challenge that we're about to go into. Oh, what the fuck is this? Jesus Christ! Oh no, the whole game has just opened up. I just wanted to do one what do you got here? The superposition of all things? Alright. The Adamar Gate challenge. Enter the superposition. Alright, we're gonna do that. And I feel like this is gonna be much more difficult than we want to have to deal with. Okay. I did get that one. Continue. And then... This is the thing that this is where we got stumped at the beginning, actually. It was the same, like, problem. It was the same problem. And I was very, like, how the fuck am I supposed to do that with this? But this is a basic. This is a basic that you need to fucking understand, and clearly I don't yet. We're gonna, if I put you here, then we do like that. I put you here, then we do like that. This is some basic shit that I need to get, but I still haven't gotten. Let's start by building this. Why? I don't know. But that's interesting. That moves it across to there, right? It's a absolute basic thing, and my brain refuses it. Every time that we encounter this, I'm like, how the fuck do you get here? We saw it once. It was part of the solution of something else. And I looked straight at it, and I was like, ooh, that's how you do that. But it was already going away, because I had solved the puzzle. It was already going away, and so I didn't get to really learn anything from it. And I still feel like this hasn't been taught. I mean, let's get 4 blues. And then what does this do? And cancels them out. Do like that. Like that. Do like that. That's the simple thing that's the simple piece that I keep thinking is part of something else. Like, it's part of the H gate, but it's not part of the H gate. It's part of double stacking the Z gate, or whatever it's called. Double stacking the Z gate puts the reds on the interior. That's what I missed over, and every time that I see it, it's in relation to this. And so it confuses the shit out of me. What? Oh, did I say to do it again? Or... Oh, no, this is different. Well, we're still gonna need 4 of these. And then we will need to make some reds. Well, that won't do it. Are they always gonna cancel out? Yeah, so we're not gonna be able to make reds. If I remove you, does that make reds? No. So we need to make reds. So we start by switching lanes, and then this will make reds. And then something profit. Okay, that switches that, but if I do this, then I'm fucked. Then that doesn't help. This gets us some reds anyway. Yeah. Yeah. It was the logic of the last puzzle where it was like the thing that got me to activate the middle columns was by stacking them across the row, doubling them across the row. That's what made me realize that's how that would be done. Okay. Now I gotta get it over there. I know how to do this. Right? Almost. Is it? It's not just this, is it? No. 'Cause that keeps it in your own lane. So we do need that. But maybe we need this. One extra? No. I think it's probably just been too much of this all at once. That gets you there, and then I push you over there. And because you're in that lane, it doesn't. Oh no, it doesn't. So we just do it twice, or something. Is that the correct solution? It feels. I guess that's it. It's making me feel dumb. Oh god. No, it would be like that. I didn't even know that I was doing it right there. I didn't. I was like, I was kind of mid-solution of what I thought needed to happen. Okay, you've made a bunch of them. They're all blue. And then I just need to cancel them out. I don't know. That gets me down to just one, right? And then yeah, it doesn't. I keep thinking that I've got an X. I could just send it over there, and I'm like, I don't want to figure this out. I'll just do it the cheap way. And the game's like, you're not allowed to do it the cheap way. This will just deliver there. Yeah. Oh, so then. No. Huh? No. I'm trying to solve it with geometry over here, you know, coming at it like a chess problem. If we want to get it to the other side, then I would presume that we do that. Yeah, that's not. Nope. How did I have this in the first place where it was like they were all on the right side? I did that. I already did that once. Got them all over here, but the right ones canceled. I think it was that. No. Yeah, I don't have the brain power for it anymore. I'm just doing it by This was the one. No, this wasn't the one either. Just doing it by brute force at this point. Oh, I get it. Okay, no, I get it. I get it, 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 I get it. It's because then you have to... You're making all of them there, and then the way that you flip them is you would do da-da-da-da, you would do da-da-da-da. You know, you would put in one of these. I just don't know exactly where it goes in when you're doing it like this. This is kind of confusing me. I do like that. And again, I'm like, is there a geometric pattern that's almost does something, but not? When you're not even trying to think it through now. No, I'm not. What do you want from me? Here. Yeah, that switches sides, and they're the right color. And then I need to cancel them out down to 1. Does that do it? Fuck! It's almost right. Is it this then? But it's on the wrong side. So you just need that. But with this. No, because then it's gonna... I need to deliver it to that side of things. This puts you on this side of things. I need to cancel out these. Fuck. That puts me on the correct side here. And then I just need to, like, collapse what's left in these last 2 rows. And have it end up on the side that I want it to be on. So if I do like this, and like that, that moves it to the correct side, but I would need to collapse the middle boys too. Fuck. At least you can see it more there. I'm very close now, very close. But I feel like something has to do like that or something. You're already at 4, so you don't want to do that. Can I move you up there and get the same result? I can, which gives me space enough to do... I was gonna send one across to the other side, a bunch of across to the other side. I'm so close to this working, but it's just been too long of a day. Feel free to jump in chat to just save me from this. Because we're right there, we just gotta get rid of this one. But those 2 would need to cancel each other out. Would be the issue there. What does this do? Delivers them over there. And then if you flip, does that just move it to the entire other side? It does. These two like this. Gives you that. I think this is one where you're probably supposed to do it over here, and it is breaking my fucking brain. This is as close as I get. So close. I just need like one more cross. But that's what happens when we do that. To get them to cancel out. No, that doesn't help. What if this were up here? Yeah. 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 So, God damn it. So that gets us there. Strategy of counting each column may help. Just tell me the answer if you fucking know. I asked a while ago. You're right though, you did, that was enough of a tip. So we negated each column. I'll show it in case anybody else didn't follow. We negated each column like this. Right? I mean, that's not how we did it, but we canceled all of the columns out with the red, blue, red. And that gets you there. Holy shit. That wasn't the end of this? Holy God. It goes on. Put some in every fucking... Put a little bit everywhere. And then... If we want them in the middle, then... It's like that. Alright, that one was... What the fuck are you doing? The other one was like... Burn my fucking brain down. That one's just goddamn nothing. And what is this? What the fuck is this? The fuck is this that you're fucking with? The fuck is this? We want to get it there. Let's with the strategy of negating. Let's negate this column. I don't know why. Yeah, that seemed to have gotten somewhere. And then let's negate this column. Alright. Hey, here you go. Alright. And then... Oh, fuck you. No, I haven't even looked at it. I just... You want it everywhere, right? You want it in all of the places. It's gotta be all red. So put a bunch of them. There you go. They gotta be all red. So, you know, I don't think this does it. Yeah, didn't do it. Let's look at it from this perspective, though. So that turns everything red, but then you split, and we split into reds and blues. Yeah, no, so how do we get those paths to... Look at that. Look at the shit that happens when you put these things together. We want to flip the colors, so we've made 8 of them, but they've put us in this situation. Like, I can't remove this, I can't remove that, I can't remove that. We just want to put them everywhere. How do I control? How do I make sure that they all come out red? I don't think that can you even do that? All gates are reversible, says unlicensed streamer. But it's like... So we negate the things that we don't want. So that turns it all red. Can I do this here to split it, or do I have to do it underneath it? Aha! Thank you. I'm a genius. It only took me fucking how many different... Really? 17 placed and 14 removed. So I'm a fucking genius. Spread it everywhere. And now they're all blue. Wait, are they even in there? Okay, they're in there. I can see them now. They are in there. All right. I mean, we just did that last puzzle where we made this happen. And the way that they did that was... It's like... I don't know. No, we'll never be able to get the red in the column that you're in. So you switch to a different column. And then... No. Prick. You do that. And then they're a mixture of red and blue, though. So then we hit them again. Yeah! That was a little bit faster. Congratulations, you complete all. Do you want to continue? No, I want to fucking finish. Holy shit. I'm in bracket 8. There's bracket 1, and there's bracket 8, and then there's bracket 10. Holy balls. It was only 13 minutes. It felt like a lot longer. I was stuck on that one in the middle for so long. Having to learn that thing. How does this relate to quantum computing? I don't know, but I'm definitely getting the puzzle education. Tell you that. And now there's the S gate, and there's the superposition, and there's quantum entanglement back there. These are easy. These were beginner. Next level is easy. And then there's beginner, just goes straight to medium in this outer ring. Look forward to your implementation of Shor's algorithm. Oh, Jesus Christ. We're coming up on the next live stream. Let's see what this is. Puzzles are more than tests. No, they're not. You've passed my spin and come home tricks. Simple, weren't they? Maybe you caught a glimpse of the patterns behind it all. Well, I'm mixing both now. What do you got to say? I'm opening the door to something wider now. I'm giving you 2 new gates, ones that don't dance around predictable rotations. I want something special from you this time. Oh, Jesus. Qubits hold infinitely more information than classical bits. We could all be living inside a qubit. Superpositions mixed with the T-gate. I think we're done for the day, actually, because I'm running out of breath, and I think my brain is probably inflamed a little bit, and I don't have it for you right now, Miss and Sage. This is... I had a good time. It's a hell of a barrier. It is a hell of an entry barrier, I'll tell you that. Like... because I'm not thinking for myself, I'm thinking of for the, for the person you're trying to reach out to. It's a hell of a barrier. Thanks for streaming this, says Unlicensed Streamer. I enjoyed it. And, if you liked it all, what you saw, then absolutely go out and pick this up and support it. I think it's like $12 on Steam right now in early access. They're working on it. They want as much feedback as they can get. They're trying to figure out what they have to say in order to help you get to the point where you understand this stuff. And especially if you don't, have the quantum background and you don't have any, but you like the puzzle, you like how the puzzles look, you're starting to get a taste of it by watching my stuff, then get in there and play it and run into the walls face first, and then go to the forums, go to their Discord server, go to the Steam pages, and tell them what walls you ran into and how you ran into them, and give them that feedback, because this is a pretty big, undertaking that they are attempting, and to bring this kind of thing to a wider audience. I don't think it's going to be able to find the widest audience. It's not going to find the general public. But there's enough people who don't necessarily have computing backgrounds, who are into this stuff, that, you can reach a certain people. You can reach a certain people with this, and just give them your $12 and help them develop this into something that will be able to onboard kids, 14-year-olds, stuff like that, who have started to get interested in computing and end up finding their way toward this quantum stuff. Help them figure out what it is that they have to say and how to tie this thing together, because it's a massive undertaking, but it is something that's worth doing. And they're open to change. They're open to figuring it out and trying to reverse engineer and change the language so that it will appeal to more people and stuff like that, and it will get outside of its hug box of people who already know the material and whatnot. So please do give this your support If you liked what you saw here today, I am the Ronin Pawn. You don't hear the crackling? Did you hear the crackling in the music playing there? Maybe it's just I need to restart my audio engine. You know, I pipe my audio through so many different things. Maybe I just need to restart my computer. You know what? I didn't talk about anything today because we were so, like, in quantum land and puzzle solving, Bill. I am on my way to Linux. Windows 10, I'm stuck behind like an update wall from 2018 when they required you to have a certain master boot record style in order to get the update, and I said, fuck you. And I've been fine for the past 7-8 years, by the way. But now it's becoming a problem. I'm going to have to upgrade my environment, which I've got set up exactly the way I want it. And when I upgrade it, it's going to fall apart because Microsoft sucks, and they will reset your registry settings at every fucking update. And also they want to get in there with their advertising and their monitoring and all that kind of shit. So I'm just going to take this opportunity to switch to Linux, and I'm not going to leave Windows. That's impossible in the modern era. But I'm going to dual boot Linux and Windows, and I'm going to live my life in the Linux space, and then when I need to, I'll come to the Windows space to make things done. But, you know, fuck Windows 11, fuck an operating system you can't install offline. But yeah, I'm finally making the plunge. I think with AI, with ChatGPT, it's actually possible to break into Linux. I've tried it several times in my life, and I think it can be done at this point with a little help from a super intelligent computer friend of mine. We'll talk more about things. There's lots of things to talk about that we didn't get into at all today. We'll talk more on another live stream. Next one's coming up this Thursday at around who knows when, because my sleep schedule and everything, but it's getting back to normal. Meet me back here Thursday early in the day for more of something else. Pawn out.